It's all from the down of the beer, the dog Superior, they said your mom, here's up for dead. When the girls and all never got
Yo, welcome to SmallmouthCrush Live from the great state of Wisconsin. I'd like to welcome my superstar co-host, Epic Eric. Hit that like button and subscribe button.
And share.
Please do share.
Yes, I texted you that.
I
texted you that. I love it. I'm the new intern. I think I want to do double duty for extra
Eric,
pay.
you're actually doing I'm really impressed. I knew I had a busy day. You kind of yesterday I was on my way to Fleet Farm.
Yep.
And you text me to share the post you created.
Yep.
For the Instagram story.
Yeah.
Which I instantly did.
You did. Like done.
I get a lot of slack. I get a lot of slack from people. Not necessarily always you, but like Beast Coast. He'll post something on his Facebook and tag me in it. And if I don't post it to my story within 10 minutes, I get a nice little reminder sometimes.
Wow.
Yeah.
That's amazing. It's like maybe they could help you with like, hey, we just posted this. Maybe you want to share instead of having you camp on your social media and find it with your 1,000 stories that you have to look through. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well,
yeah. It's tough to keep up, man.
It is.
Life comes at you fast, straight up, man.
You've been doing a great job, though, because I was nervous. I knew you would send a link to TK.
Yeah, for sure.
I mean, that's the type of guy you are. So.
That's right.
So when I'm traveling, I'm fine. I know you got my back.
I got your back, man, and I have the show agenda right here.
Oh my gosh, that's awesome.
It's the show agenda, man. And
well, before we get in the show agenda, let's welcome everybody. Eastack Fishing, Darius King.
I had the chat rolling earlier, dude.
John Smith.
Yeah, man.
Kevin M. Who's new? We always ask.
We got to ask,
anybody new? Oh, man. I forgot to do something, guys.
What'd you do? Or not do?
I got to go into my YouTube channel real quick.
Okay.
So I can't necessarily see you right now.
That's fine. You got to do what you got to do, man. I'll keep it rolling. Let's see.
Well, no, I can still talk. So what I do is I go into my managed videos and I find this live.
Yeah.
And I forgot to put monetary on. I like to make a little money. I make about $4 a live show. It all adds up, bud.
You're $4 ahead of me. Oh, but wait a minute. I got some baits tonight, man. So I might do all right.
Oh, there you go. All right. So now, sorry, guys, you're going to get an ad perhaps. But we got to keep the lights on here at the parents' basement. You know how that goes.
Is there any snow on the ground in Wisco?
Not really. Not really. We ice fished in the pond today.
And did you catch anything?
Dude,
you and Cole?
Yeah. And my what's her name? Emily, my daughter, and my dad. And they weren't really biting. It was like the last hour before it got dark. I finally hooked up with a giant crappie. And because we only had this was in the pond right here. I only had like a 4-inch auger handheld hole. So I couldn't get them through the hole.
That's crazy.
Yeah. I lost them.
Dang.
Oh well. All right. I'm just putting some if you're wondering what I'm doing, I am putting some what's it called? Keywords. Keywords
are important so new people find us. The tags are important, right?
Yeah.
That's right, Kyle Downey.
I'm gonna put bass fishing. Here's something funny too that happened. I haven't looked. I put a video up. This hasn't happened in a while. It does happen.
Yeah.
But it's rare. So I have when I'm editing my videos,
right?
Sometimes I'll take the whole clip and I'll save it on the desktop and then blah. Anyways, I finished the video and I was kind of like, I'll just launch it tonight. Doesn't matter. It was how to rig your tip ups.
Right.
And I launched the thing without really double checking. Normally I kind of look through it. Well,
Yeah.
I launched the unedited version of me just trying to make the video.
So that's pretty cool. Kind of like behind the scenes.
Well, behind the scenes without me knowing it's behind the scenes. You know what I mean?
That's pretty funny. You should actually retitle it though. That's funny.
I'm staring at the screen sometimes. I'm like probably playing with my hair. I'm probably looking at the camera like,
oh my gosh.
See, you know, I'm saying weird things. I know I said some swear words because, like I said, the F word multiple times about the camera.
Oh my gosh, that's funny.
I'm like, and then I probably even said something like, "This is so," you know. I probably said a lot of weird things. So who knows?
That's funny, man. That is funny, man.
Throw one up because I started seeing comments and people were like, kind of making fun of me, like. I felt like I was watching Travis Rewind, or there was like a couple weird comments. And when you get one or two in a row, you know something's up.
Yeah.
So let me know in the comments if anyone has saw that video. A lot of people accused me of being high or drunk. There was a lot of accusations going on after that video.
Oh my gosh, that's crazy. Oh man, that's funny.
Oh well. All right, what's going on, man?
What's going on? What's going on is all of a sudden I can't comment, so I'm gonna have to log out and log back. No, just on the YouTube. So we're good. We're good. It's all good. It's all good. You know how these things go, man. I had to reset my camera. I had to reset my audio. What happened? I think my desktop updated or something like that. But I was absolutely just talking to everybody. So
yeah.
Jeez.
Yeah. Here's a good comment. Travis, have you made any actual money from ads? A Muskie channel I watched that is in a similar size to you calculated that he made $7 an hour from YouTube. Yeah, I think I've mentioned this before, you guys. So I probably make about on Google Ads $400 to $500 a month. That's it. With 35,000 subscribers. So, you know,
that hasn't moved much, has it?
I'm shadow banned. I'm telling you right now, Eric. I know you may not believe it, but
no. What does that even mean?
Okay, on previous live shows, especially a year or so ago, I was kind of outspoken in our after hours and said some key words that Google and YouTube do not like.
Oh,
and
I warned you. Well, I warned you because, you know, now you're not on that stuff anymore. So what was the point? It didn't get you anywhere. Dang it. What do you think it would be if you were not shadow banned?
I don't know.
Double?
I have no, I am frustrated because I can tell you right now, if I go into my analytics here,
yeah,
and I can tell you exactly how many subscribers I have.
Right.
In the last, say, 30 days. And it'll blow your mind, actually.
Wow.
Let's see. Okay, so real time. So I'm just going to take January. I'm just going to do this, the last 28 days. Or no, here, I can hit January.
Okay.
Okay, so in January, in the month of January, yeah, this is sad. This is some sad shit, dude. 18 subscribers in January.
What?
Yeah.
That's all you picked up?
Yeah. That
is really strange.
I'm telling you right now. I'm telling you exactly what's going on. I can tell you in December, I didn't know these numbers. It's been 4, 5, 6 months since I looked at these numbers.
Right.
I had 74 in December.
Wow.
So either I'm doing something wrong, you know,
I don't know, man. I know they changed like on the internet,
20.
you know, just like with
Here's
search
something
engine.
funny. Before the nasty talk, right?
Yeah.
Before the C word came up. Okay, in December of 2020, I had 568 subscribers.
So you're really grooving. Yeah.
Ain't that crazy, dude?
That's crazy, man.
And I'm not sure how to fix this. And I've said this in the past. I don't care.
Yeah,
I
right.
don't care if I got 35 or 100. I do have a lot of views. The core guys that are with me, but no new individuals are seeing my stuff.
Yeah.
That's a fact.
Maybe you could pay for views. I mean, invest in the channel and see if that worked. I mean, test it. I mean, you know, maybe you put that 200 or the 400 back into it and see what happens. Drumbum says people want to watch but not subscribe.
True. I don't know. If I find a channel I like,
or says go on Rogan and tell your story.
If I see a channel that I'm consuming or go to on a regular basis, I'll just hit the subscribe button so it makes it easier. But you're right. I don't like. There's some bigger YouTube guys which I don't really watch, but I know their names. So if I feel like checking them out every once in a while, I'll just type in their name. But yeah, it's interesting, dude.
Crazy.
It is. Now that I think about it, it's kind of depressing right now. I didn't expect to see that number for December.
Yeah,
because it almost feels like my numbers are going down. Maybe it's us, dude. I doubt it.
So Steve S said more short videos. I know that's all the rage. YouTube is really, as is, I think, Instagram. Really wanting people to put little short snippets up, in particular the shorts. So that's a good point, man. I know that's a real key thing. So I don't know, man. But I feel you, man. The people that do follow you for sure and you know, watch the show are really hardcore, super engaged audience, man. So we appreciate you guys all the time. No question, man. We got a show tonight, bro.
But we do. I'm excited for our guests, but I want to make one more point.
Tell me.
I mean, I'm seeing almost 200 live viewers right now.
Yeah.
And that's pretty respectable, I think, on a fishing side. So I'm happy with
the larger live shows out there. I mean, I feel like I watch a lot of shows that are live and they don't come close, man. So we're doing something right. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Shorts suck. Keno, he said he'd rather watch a complete show. I agree with you, man.
I'll tell you what, dude.
The shorts don't do it for me.
So I try not to do the Instagram one.
Yeah.
So when I'm scrolling through Instagram, I'll just look at my homepage and just flick through.
Yeah.
I try not to look at stories as much on my Instagram. I really don't at all. But on my Facebook,
yeah,
I'll find myself going on there and clicking those short reels or, you know,
everybody
clips.
Gets stuck in that for sure, man.
So that's really
doom scrolling.
So the algorithm's really screwed up on my end. So I noticed my dad the other day, who knows nothing about computers.
Yeah.
I walk in, I'll go around the corner. He's sitting at the computer, which I thought was very odd. You know, he's not really, but I guess he uses my mom's Facebook from time to time. So he gets on there to see what everyone's talking about on their 400 friends, right?
Sure.
But then I see him doing these stories. He's watching like coyotes getting shot with, you know, infrared scopes and elk bugling and and that's what he's got.
So
right?
he's into it.
And he's just clicking through stuff. And then I'm watching him look at it. I'm kind of sitting there, I'm doing my own thing, but you know, these stories get to like the good part, like the kill shot or something. And then it's done. It goes back into the beginning. I'm like, bro, we don't even know what happened here. Like, how can you get into that stuff? And I guess that's how it works.
Yeah.
He doesn't know. I think he thinks that that's just where they purposely ended the video.
Oh, I got you. Because they can't like show the kill shot.
No, I don't know. I'm not sure.
I don't either. So it's interesting. But you know, the few reels that I've done, what I've noticed is that they do get a lot of views, especially if they're interesting. But the followers that come click on follow me are mostly fake accounts and they're women.
Oh, can you believe that? Really,
I'm going to tell you right now. I don't know where that comes from. I've never had that experience
when did that
before.
Start with you?
A couple of months ago. Like You know what I
Okay,
mean?
so just this week,
Yeah.
same thing. I can look right now on Instagram
Yeah, me too.
and I can see Rosie Burned
Let me see if she
and
followed me.
uh let's see.
It's so strange.
Oh, Martha Heart of the Gillis, Courtney .4967,
Okay, that's good.
Mary Thome.
Yeah, I think I got her too.
Let me see Mary Thome real quick.
It's
So
weird, man.
I would say as of in the last 4 months, it would
Yeah.
be I would get the Instagram's growing for me as it's for you too.
Yeah.
But the amount of fake girls that follow you is crazy. Let me know if you guys experience that stuff.
It only happened when I posted a reel. It never. There might have been one a month before I posted a reel on Instagram.
Yeah.
And it's like, I love fish. Here's the comment I get. It's in the hidden part. I love fishing. Where is this? that's the standard line for the bot account. It's crazy, John B. You're right, man. They are bot accounts. It's just nuts. Man.
And I actually had a couple real ones follow.
Yeah.
And some of the stuff that they use to get attention.
It's crazy.
Blows my mind.
Well,
I unfollowed a few because it was kind of I wanted to make a point to them. Like I get what you're trying to do, but you're not putting me in that box. Okay.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like first of all, if they, and a lot of them are about could be fishing or there's like how to get they're asking for a boyfriend, but they're not.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And it's like, first of all, if that's the stuff you're putting, no, not for me to be their boyfriend, but just they're in their posts, they're making random comments about guys to make guys want to more, flock to them. But actually, I'm thinking like, you know what, in like 10 years or whatever, this is your life is right here. Like, it's crazy shit if you look at that stuff, dude.
Yeah, don't.
Crazy.
Luckily, it's just nuts though. But anyway, interesting stuff, man. All to ponder. Trying to figure out the logarithm and all that. Well, there's one of them right now. It's crazy that they call in on the show.
Yeah, it's Brooks from Cortland. He goes, bro, your light is blinding me. I think it's my camera. It was in the truck and the temperature difference.
Oh,
or is it this light?
No, it is that light. Yes, it's that light. Okay. Yeah. There you go. That's it was better. Okay. I mean, that's
how's that?
That's better. Unless we get
I have limited amounts of I can't
point it up. There you go. Right there.
Oh, man.
I just kind of have to settle on that. It's not perfect, but
yes, I'm in my parents' den.
Yeah,
I got a lot of stuff going on here. I got to show the rattlesnake.
There you go. Nice.
Okay.
Look at that, man. Where'd they pick that thing up? Was that on the recent trip out west?
No, it's been in the family for generations, bud.
Amazing, man.
So my mom was cleaning out the fridge yesterday, and she hasn't been that nice to me last couple of days. Probably because I decided to take a bunch of fishing stuff I found up in the attic and then spread it out on the counter when she wasn't home.
Yeah.
And then she got back with a bunch of groceries, and there was literally it was a freak show, right? So anyway, she found a bottle of red wine in the refrigerator and asked if I'd like it.
Like it?
Yeah, I'll drink that.
That's a nice peace offering. And let's see who said this. It's Grad 84 said, Travis, are you being held captive? Are you okay? Blink 3 times if you're okay.
Right.
Grad, that's pretty funny, man.
Oh my gosh. All right, let's get this show rolling because I don't know how long we're gonna last here. You know
how long power will last.
That's right.
That's right.
Do you got anything you need to you want to talk about before we bring our guest on for tonight?
Man, no, I'm stoked to have PK come on tonight, man. Get into a little bit of crankbait talk, man. Yeah, man. I'm stoked, man. I got the agenda for the show for our guest.
Good.
I've got some exhilarating questions to ask him. Let's see what's in that tackle box, bro.
I just saying this is one of my first tackle boxes I've ever owned.
Are you kidding me? Like what's
it even
in
has,
that box?
You can't see that was actually a marker on the top that said my name.
Yep.
So my mom got a little mad at me because she said she put all of their fishing stuff in this box. And
what are they doing? Like grabbing your box and all of a sudden it's their box.
I know. So I took a bunch of stuff that I'm going to take home, but I wanted to show you two things. This was one of my first bait casting reels. This is a Daiwa 2B, a Daiwa 2B.
2-ball bearing.
It has the flipping button on it.
Yep. Does it still work?
Pretty still smooth. Works.
So you're going to have to bring that out to cast with for sure.
And then another one that I have is a Quantum Magnum 1310 MG.
Oh wow.
Yeah. When you were so this was probably say 1993, 89, 93. Yeah. You were probably buying, this was probably that 20. This was like that low end Walmart reel, right? So it was probably $18.99. So you were probably not buying, you were probably up at that higher. You were getting a Corrado, what is it? The Bantam. Bantams.
Yeah. The 201 or whatever it was, the old green tank. I don't know when they came out, but I had those. 2.7 to 1 gear ratio. You know it, man. And that was fast. That was a screamer for sure.
But I am bringing back, just real quick.
I want to know what rods were those. I need to know the rods those were on. And you have to bring, you got to bring them home. You have to rig up one rod, jitterbug, baby.
I know everybody's got jitterbugs, but this is like one of them that is I've seen it growing up. So it's pre 1980, whenever I was born, what, 83, 84, 85, something like that.
You want to go out and post some jitterbugs on the on the flats, on the grass edges, man, and see what we can catch?
We can, but if we do, I'm going to bring this one.
Oh, musky. Bring the musky one for sure. For sure. I mean, snakeheads are going to eat it. Bass will probably.
We should do a jitterbug thing.
I honestly think it would be cool to see some old school,
but anyways,
waters and see what
I wanted to share this box with you guys just before we bring our guest on, because I know we're going to get into some more serious tackle.
Honestly, that's awesome though. That vintage stuff is just fantastic.
Yeah.
Are you allowed to bring your box home? I mean, that should be in your house.
I am.
Okay, good.
So what I did was I put all the stuff that I didn't need or that I felt they could utilize at some point.
Yeah.
In a smaller container, and actually took the time to organize the whole thing. So it's night and day for them. They shouldn't have a problem.
Yeah. That's cool, man. My one of my first tackle boxes was a Bass Boss. I did a post on that. It was pretty cool, man. I still have it. And I had my name. I kind of carved it into the handle with a knife or something, probably a pocket knife. And man, my tackle box actually got stolen. And I had the reward from Bass on that. And then the police asked me, is the value of the box over $225? And I said, yeah. And they go, well, that's grand larceny. And they had a suspect in mind, and they returned the tackle box with a few things missing, but I got my box back.
Really?
Yeah. It was the big Bass Boss, or the bigger one. I had a little one, a big one. You know, the one that opened up and then the trays folded out and expanded. And then I had the single one like you had, the Rebel, but it was the old tan one with the orange printing on it, man. It's awesome.
In comments, just so you guys know, people are saying it must be cold in the basement. It's not. It's 95 degrees in here. I just haven't had time to take my stuff off because I just came in from the lake or, ice fishing. But they got the wood stove going on. Okay, enough talk. TK, I'm trying to look in the bottom. I think he's ready. We're going to hit it. Boom. Just go bet. Man,
what's
30
up,
minutes
TK?
in. I know we were late, and then I made you wait 30 minutes. So here we are.
I was over here thinking about the bots, and I was wondering if women have the same issue as men. Do they get spammed by men bots, or do they just prey on men?
That's a great question.
I think we have about 3 girls that tune into this show every once in a while, and one's probably your wife, and I don't know about the other 2. So
I wonder if Curly spammed with
no, Curly Q is not a girl.
Oh, darn it. Why'd you have to ruin it for me, man?
Because
we only got one.
I do know when there is a girl, though, Sean is going to go pretty aggressive and scare them off in the comments. That's normally what happens.
I got you. Jig Squad says that you look like Magnum PI tonight, TK.
Oh, thanks. Since I got to get the after the Christmas shave, I'm trying to get back to my stash. The bean doesn't like my clean shaven face. So
Oh, interesting, man.
So listen, TK, it's been probably a good maybe a year since you've been on one of our shows.
at least.
More.
At least you've been on quite a few in the past.
Mm-hmm.
I'd like to know, and for those that don't know, can we give kind of a formal? You want to just talk a little bit about yourself, what you're up to, your business? I know we probably have some new viewers that are probably wondering, well, who is this dude? You know?
Yeah. I guess I started as a bass fishing junkie, and then that kind of parlayed into painting a little bit. Got a little pretty decent at it. Started up a little painting business. That was probably about 5 or 6, 7 years ago that I started like actually trying to earn money by painting. But yeah, been rolling ever since. Custom painting baits, selling baits, spinner baits, jigs, anything you can catch a bass on. Stay out of the soft plastics. I stick to the hard baits, swim baits, whatever. But yeah, it's a labor of love, as they say.
True.
But I was looking at my collection of oddities and tackle, and I wanted to know if, Eric, you have this.
I do not have that box, man, but I think that is sexy.
The Crankin Case 2000.
Oh, what the heck? Sounds like a movie. The Terminator. The Terminator 2000. What is that thing, man? Who made it?
It's odd. It's a really terrible design, and I don't know that I can even get it open anymore because it's kind of janky. But all the baits would hang in there on these little clips. It was almost like a slot, like board you put on your wall.
That's so cool.
When was that?
This is, I'm guessing, somewhere in the late 80s, mid 80s. I bought it on Marketplace, Facebook Marketplace.
I think that is the best score ever. And that thing was loaded with Bagleys, if I remember correctly.
I took all the good stuff out of it and left all these little
trinkets,
dinky 1/8-ounce Cordell spots and markered up Series 5 Strike Kings and mud bugs and all that kind of garbage.
Mud bugs are garbage. What?
No.
You go throw one tomorrow.
I would. That was one of the shows I wanted to shoot with Travis on the Upper Bay, was the Mud Bug Challenge, man.
Yeah.
Throw all old school mud bugs.
We had a few. We talked about it. I really want to make a point to go out with a bang. And Eric.
Yeah. You mean on the Upper Bay?
I just thought of something because I have it in my notes. TK, I just got to get this off my head real quick.
Yeah, do it.
Well, no, Eric, I'm gonna text you in a little bit, and I want you to think about if we should. And maybe it's too soon to broadcast that. Anyways, continue.
Okay. Gotcha, man.
Sorry.
Well, for you guys that don't know, I mean, the first time I saw TK, man, I don't even know how I found him, but I was watching him on a live on Instagram paint in your shop in Austin. And I felt like I had discovered gold. I'm like, who is this masked man? And it was really cool, man. It was that small shop of yours, dude, right?
Yeah, it was a 10 by 10 closet.
That's crazy. And you had that little, you had the exhaust. I remember seeing that, but you were throwing, and you could paint and talk at the same time. You actually painted during those live sessions. That was kind of cool.
Yeah, I haven't done that in since then. For whatever reason, it was I quit painting live.
How come?
I don't know what sparked me to do that anyway.
Yeah, was that just like trade secrets you don't want people to see, or just that's too difficult because you're wearing your mask? And I mean,
yeah, it's just kind of, I mean, it's like Manson's garage cam. Like,
yeah,
you can't really see anything. It's just me like walking around doing stuff, and you can't really talk to anybody.
Yeah. That's true.
That's
true.
Or listen, what did this cross my mind? What if I did something I probably don't want to have being shown to the world when you accidentally, when you just start having a live 24/7 in the garage, like I did for a couple of days. And you know, I don't know what that could be. You use your imagination, picking your nose for all I care. You know what I mean? Like,
right.
It's a little, you gotta be careful. You gotta be careful, you know?
For sure, man. So TK, what's new at Tacklecraft, man? What's new? What's new? What you got in the works? Got anything in development? You about to do a drop?
It's hugely idiotic, but I learned, I developed a spinnerbait couple years back for
Yep.
selfish reasons because all my buddies wanted a man's classic spinnerbait and they couldn't get them. So
Yeah.
I said, all right, I can build one of those. So had the molds made, had them manufactured. Quickly found out that if you want to be in the spinnerbait game, you need to make lots of spinnerbaits, a lot.
Yeah.
So I was like, this is a huge time suck. Not making any money doing this, but like I said, I mainly wanted them for myself and my buddies. So I sold a few, but the ones I was selling, it was just getting to be a pain. So I was like, no more spinnerbaits.
Right.
And then like a month ago, I was like, you know what I need?
Oh no.
New spinnerbait.
No, you didn't have that thought. What's wrong with you, man?
I'm a glutton for punishment, but but I've got all these things that I want to throw that maybe been discontinued or
Sure.
they're hard to get. And I mean, what else am I supposed to do?
Right.
Hunt 3 of them down, or I can like spend a little bit of money and have them made.
Have it exactly the way you want it. That's a
And
crazy thought,
exactly
man.
what I want it. So
That's a crazy thought. You swore yourself off of it, I know, like a month ago, and here you are thinking about it again.
Yeah,
that's crazy, man.
So
that's crazy.
I'd like to do I don't know, just do small runs of stuff like that and make it manageable, so I'm not like just do it like sell them once. You know what I mean? Like get a bunch of them and be like
special run, and that's
I'm gonna do these once, and then
actually I like that idea.
Save 80% of them for myself, and then sprinkle the rest of the crumbs out to whoever wants them.
The crumbs,
but,
I like it. I'll eat some of those breadcrumbs, man.
Yeah,
no doubt.
I've got a lot of stuff like that just like I'm picky about that I'd like.
Yeah,
I can't. There's always something wrong with something.
Yeah,
you know what I mean. You buy a spinnerbait and something's wrong with the hook or the wire or something, and I thought Terminator solved that when I was 12, but quickly found out that those damn Terminators are not indestructible.
For sure.
But what else?
I saw this post that you were trying to bring back like one of the first crankbaits you ever painted.
Oh,
you did your story, your 39-year-old self trying to recreate a 20-year-old or 29-year-old, whatever it was.
Yeah, Marty Burns, when we first the balsa bait wizard.
Yeah.
When I first was getting into, I actually met him before I ever painted anything.
Yeah.
Because he was the guy that would somebody gave me his information and said, hey, this guy can fix your Bagley lips, because I was on Bass Boat Central trying to figure out who could repair my Bagley bills that I'd broken. Somebody said you need Burns. So I emailed Burns on AOL, and he said, yeah, I can fix your lips. So after I sent him enough Bagleys and he got tired of fixing the lips, he said, why don't you throw a bait like that's not a piece of shit? he like cut me then when he said like my Bagleys were shit, and I was like,
what the heck? He called Bagley shit?
Yeah, I was like, I don't know.
Oh, that's a strong. That's coming on strong, man.
Yeah, he came out swinging. I was like, all right, Burns,
Big M, dude. Bagleys are shit.
If you can change my mind, I'm all about it.
All right.
So he built me some baits, and I like what I saw. And then he sent me this one. I don't know that I have it around here. I could probably dig it out, but it was like this.
Yeah.
It was like a damn baseball, dude. It was big and fat.
Yeah.
And I told him, I said, Burns, I like this bait, but I'd like to have something that's like that's flat-sided that I can throw early in the year.
Yeah.
But I don't want a potato chip. I want to like
beef,
a big flat side.
Right on.
Like a thick one. And he said, I can do that. I said, well, take what I wanted was that baseball shape, and I just wanted him to shave the sides off of it.
Yeah.
And so he sent me some, and I caught I smoked
the fire out of him.
Yeah, I did. It was a great bait. Caught a bunch on it. And back then I was, starting to paint, and I threw some half-ass paint jobs on them, and I dug them out, and I was like, man, I really caught them good on these.
So was it that one color that you had on your story a while back, like a week ago?
It was actually two.
Okay, was that the favorite color, the brownish one, or was it another color? I'm
I
curious.
caught him the best on the brown one.
Okay, gotcha.
But yeah, after that I had it, and it was one of those baits that like I was scared to lose because I only had like 3 of them.
Sure.
So it just went in the box and lived there for the last 10 years.
And now you're bringing it out of retirement to recreate the magic.
Well, Burns, we were talking about baits to bring back, and I was like, I'd like to have this one again.
Yeah.
And he said he has not built that bait in 10 years since the last ones he built for me when I was like 29.
Man, that's awesome.
So I said, what better paint job to put on them than the one I came up with when I was, you know.
Are you gonna stay true to the pattern, TK? Are you gonna try to modify it a little bit, or what are you gonna do? Oh no, you stayed true to the pattern, man.
On this one I did.
You did.
So this is the original when I was a kid.
Yep.
Or young adult. This is the one I did yesterday.
Man,
so this
look
is
at that. You recreated the stencil.
Yeah, if you see the stencil,
yeah.
It still had this exact. The last time I used it was when I painted this bait. It still had that crappy Createx brown paint on it.
Yep, that's so crazy. No way.
I had to clean all that 10-year-old paint off and spray it again.
All right, how was your eye dotting back then compared to your eye dotting right now? That's pretty darn good, TK.
They were kind of crummy.
Well, all right, critique that eye dot on the old one. Oh, yeah.
The yellow was way too small and my pupils were way too big.
Okay. You've kind of flipped it because if you show the new one,
yeah,
I love that brown bug color. I don't know what you're going to call it, but man, there's something about that. And maybe that's just, it's a craw imitator, right? I mean, you got the line. I mean, what does that imitate?
I don't know.
In your waterways where you were catching them?
Nothing. Something gold.
Something supernatural.
Yeah.
Man, I think that's exciting that you're bringing it back.
And this was the other one. This was my baby bluegill. And for some reason, I put 3 giant bars on it. So I looked at that and I was like, that's dumb. I don't like that. So I found another stencil from the same era.
You did it.
And I did it with like a bunch of little mini ones. So that's kind of like
good, TK. I like that
pattern, but it's the same. It's the same color.
Yeah,
like everything, but the bars I changed.
Did you leave a little naked wood like you've been doing on the cheek of that? Is that what I'm seeing?
Yeah, it's on the front.
Yeah, that really, I like that, man. Shows the wood gain through. That's really pretty. Oh, I see some scaling on it now too.
Yeah,
that you're holding it up tight, man. That's just a supernatural color, I guess, man. It's just really subtle and
it's got a little chartreuse on the tail, a little orange on the throat. It's just. It looks like all those little small bluegill that swim around docks and on the bank, and that you always just see, kind of.
Yeah.
Cruising around.
Very interesting, man. So if there was one crankbait that you painted since you've been custom painting that you're most proud of, that you're like, that was something you'd never seen, which bait would it be?
I had one probably, I don't know, 5 or 6 years ago that I had sold on Facebook, like, 5 or 6 years ago. All the deal was getting on Facebook, and all these like Facebook groups blew up where it was like, bass fishing, whatever. And, they'd have like 30,000 members. And you could get on there and have an auction, and you set the criteria. So for a guy like me, I wouldn't have to pay eBay.
Yeah.
I wouldn't have to wait 7 days.
Oh, yeah.
I got 10 times the views than I would get from a duration of 7-day auction.
Yeah.
I could do a 12-hour auction and get my money in 12 hours rather than having to wait 7 days. So
that's pretty good.
Yeah, it was awesome. And I mean, you could make it an hour-long auction. It didn't matter. But and those groups were very, very active then. And then I think I don't know if they just burned out or
they're not around anymore.
They are, but they just don't
Yeah.
get the steam that they had at that
Hmm.
time.
Yeah.
And it was I think it was the people in there that was like a lot of guys just competing and like flexing on each other and
That's the like cowboy days of crankbait
Yeah.
baiting, because it's not so like, you know, broken up and you can find it everywhere. It's like right there. That was like
Mhm.
crankbait central, man.
But I sold one on there
Yep.
and I kept looking at the picture. Like years later, I look at it and I would make
Mhm.
posts on Facebook that if you have this bait, I would like to buy it back from you or trade you something for it and get it back.
Hold on, time out. You went on a search for the bait that you painted that you sold to get it back.
Mm-hmm.
Why?
For quite a few years, I would like repost that picture and trying to get it back. But
Is it because of the way you painted it and you're like fell in love with it and
Yeah, it
you
was
said,
just
I wish I
good.
did? Wow.
it was one of the it was like I've got pretty much a collection of everything in my timeline of painting that was like a milestone.
Okay.
And that one was like bridged a gap.
Wow.
So
Did you get it back?
No.
Did you ever see it again?
Mm-mm.
No way.
I mean, it's probably gone.
Man, could you recreate it?
It wouldn't. I mean, it wouldn't matter. Like it wouldn't be. The
You
same.
don't care. You want that one.
Yeah.
Any plans to bring it back? That colorway?
Not really. It wouldn't be. Like I could show it to you and you'd be like, that's cool.
Okay.
But it wouldn't like. You know, I've done way better. It was a bluegill bait. I've done a million times better and more impressive to the eye bluegills.
Right.
But yeah, it wouldn't mean anything to anybody but me. Like especially if you were looking at it.
Right. Right.
But I do have a favorite. I do probably have my Mona Lisa.
Oh.
Of baits.
I think we need to see the Mona Lisa of TK Stanley crankbaits right now. Travis, that's a pretty
I'm ready.
I'm ready for it too. How you doing? How you doing out there in Wisco, man? Look at that case.
I got one of these.
Negatory, bro. I do not.
This is all baits I've painted over the last 10 years.
That's awesome, man. Wow. I'm not sure I've ever seen that one. I don't even know that I got to see that one when I came down.
This one's got a cool story. I'll tell you now.
All right.
Yeah, look at that. I think that one's called some.
Oh my gosh, rashed up like a fool.
Yeah.
Anyway, I can't
find it. There it is.
Beautiful. I'm pretty stoked about it. I don't know if I've ever seen these.
This box?
No. These two baits you're about to pull out, like in like live, held up.
This is the first perch I ever did. I kept it.
That's damn good right there.
That was probably my late 20s when I did that.
That's really cool that you still have that.
Mm-hmm. You can't see half the.
That's on a Lucky Craft, right?
Yeah, 1.5 DD.
Yeah, man.
The funny thing about it was back in these days, I was painting actual 1.5s.
Oh my! Isn't that weird? Yeah,
because they were cheap and you could get them all the time.
Sure, on sale, right?
You just go like I've actually stripped quite a few to get the bait back.
Yeah,
that had like really shitty paint jobs on them.
How about that?
And but this is I feel like the one.
Wow, dude! Oh my gosh, that's really sick.
Yeah,
I know I'll never be able to recreate it.
Really?
I mean, you never know. It's like catching lightning in a bottle. Like everything laid down perfect.
Honestly, did, man. That's so crustacean like that. Just the layers of paint and that blue.
Wow.
The
modeling on it is.
That's what I'm saying.
It looks like a photograph.
It does.
Wow.
And
that's how I knew I was doing something right back in the day.
Mm-hmm.
Because you'd post a picture on Instagram and or like Facebook, because I didn't have Instagram then. You'd post a picture on Facebook and somebody would say, "Nice photo finish." Say,
oh wow!
No.
Oh
no!
Oh.
That's actually paint.
Oh no! Let me correct you, bro. I laid it down.
Yeah,
that's amazing, man.
But this one I have a video of that I never posted.
Of you painting it?
No, of me fishing it, actually, believe it or not. Even rarer. when I was in Texas, I had this bait, and it's it's like a very natural
Great looking gill.
bluegill. Got a lot of detail on it. But
And did you catch him?
oh yeah, it was an interesting bite. I was on Decker Lake, right outside of Austin, and there's a giant, like, the whole lake is surrounded with like reeds, and then there's like a 1.5 foot gap where it's just slick sandy bottom, and then the like coontail starts.
Oh wow.
So I thought it would be a good idea to go crank the gap.
Yeah.
Right. So I was cruising down the bank and I saw this like 3-pounder just sitting there. And I looked around and said, well, I've got one rod on deck. I guess I'll throw this thing at him. So I cast my crankbait over there and I reeled it down. And I guess I'd been like throwing up in those reeds and getting hung up a bunch. And it had sawed up my line. And I cranked it in front of that fish, which never happens. You know what I mean? Like if you can see a fish and you're that close, you was a rattling crankbait by his head.
Yeah.
Usually not going to be like, ooh, let me get that.
Yeah.
But I made like 3 cranks and he smashed it. I leaned back and my line breaks. And I was like, gee, that's not good. Well, I'm looking at the water and I can see my line and I can see the fish. The fish just made like a little whip around U-turn and stopped. And he had this bait in his mouth and he was going like literally I was watching him chew it up.
Come on, man.
And I was like, no way.
That's crazy.
And I was sitting there and I was like talking to the fish. I was like, spit that fucker out. Spit it out. And that son of a, seriously, he went and like blew it out.
Really?
And I was like, hell yeah, I get my bait back. So I started trolling over there and I'm watching the fish and the fish finds the bait. And I'm watching the fish. I was like, you're not about to hit that bait.
No way.
Dude, torpedoes out of the water and blasted again.
Oh my God.
Come on.
And I was like, I'll tell you, I've got GoPro footage of this.
Oh,
and,
we got to see it one day.
He missed it the second time. And when I got over there, I had to hit my rod on the water to chase him away from the bait so I could get it back. So after that, it kind of changed my opinion and my mindset on, paint jobs. Because I've always enjoyed making baits look realistic. But after seeing that, I was like, there's no doubt in my mind that fish thought that was alive.
That's crazy.
I mean, to chase after it like it was
on the surface, like you're trolling it and he's looking at it and tracking it.
Yeah.
After he had it in his mouth the first time.
Yeah. He'd already spit it out and went back to get it again.
That's crazy.
So that was eye-opening. That was interesting. But that was that bait. I retired that one.
That's amazing that you still have those baits and those stories. I got to see that footage one day. All right, here's a tough question for both of you. One crankbait relegated for the rest of your life. I'll give you 4 seasons to switch up that crankbait. And then here's the tougher part. You got to pick a colorway to go with that season and that bait. Who wants to go first? One crankbait, spring, summer, fall, and winter. Now, granted, you live in Alabama. Travis, you're about to live in a place with ice. But let's just say you had 12 months open water wherever you're fishing. And you're south, TK. You're Alabama. So you can crank all year. Is that correct?
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
One for each period or one for all of them?
Oh, well, you can answer
one for all of them forever.
Yeah, you can answer the tougher question first, and then we might break it up.
Model of the bait and color.
What are we fishing for?
Anything. Largemouth bass year round.
Are we fishing for dinner or are we fishing to win a little Friday night jackpot?
I love it. Friday night jackpot. I think that's really cool. And then the others, I think the other side's pretty cool too. Just bites and dinner.
If I'm fishing the rest of my life to feed my family, it's going to be a Bandit 200.
Dang, that's a great answer. All right. Now, if you're fishing a jackpot to win.
Boss will be 3.
Dang, big bait. Interesting, man. Bigger bait, bigger bite. What colorway for the 200 and what colorway for the BB3?
Louisiana shad, bandit.
Ooh,
Bagley probably.
09.
Tennessee shad
Ooh, all right. I could dig it.
or 09, doesn't matter.
Yeah. One of those two. All right. Dang, that's good. That's tasty stuff, man. I like it. Travis, you got one?
Of course I do. And most people know exactly what I'm going to say, but I want to hear yours first, Eric.
Mine? Am I on my river?
Dude, wherever you want to fish. This is your question. One crankbait to use the rest of your life. What is it and what color?
Am I winning the jackpot or feeding my family?
You're enjoying fishing on the water, but you can only use one crankbait for the rest of your life.
If I'm enjoying it, I'm not throwing a Bandit 200.
Yeah. If I'm all right, right, exactly. He's trying to feed his family. Yeah. Man, I'd have to say my Marty Burns flat side, painted by TK Stanley. You damn right I would, dude. But if I'm trying to win, I'm throwing a big bait. I'm throwing my epic shad for the jackpot.
Sorry, Burns.
Well, obviously, the guesses are coming in. Grat says DT6, Helsinki. Ken says DT.
Yeah.
So yeah, obviously, but I don't think I would gravitate towards a DT6 as much as I use it. I feel like if you were talking, this is the only crankbait you're ever going to be able to throw.
Yep.
I would have to go with the DT10, and of course, it's going to be in Helsinki.
There you go.
Which I've asked TK what his thoughts were on Helsinki in the past, and he wasn't that excited about the color. He's not into it like I am. So.
He sent you to hell.
Yeah.
So TK, what do you think, being a painter, what is the future of crankbait painting? What is the future of paint? Meaning, you see, like, if you think about advancements in technology and the rage debate going on, and you see people building baits for forward-facing sonar, which we all believe is a bunch of marketing. Travis did a rant on that. We all arrived at this similar conclusion. Didn't really freaking matter. Is there something in paints or coatings that you think could revolutionize it? Or has it gone far enough and there's nowhere else to go? It is as good as it's going to get.
Well, the thing is, like, we've seen images of fish put on baits.
We have. Is it overrated or underrated?
They suck, dude. Like,
right.
They've never been the catchers that paint is.
And why is that? Let's talk color theory and maybe bass and how they see the world.
Well, I think it's just too busy. There's not enough contrast, and
I think you hit it. Contrast.
And also, like, if there's 10 million shad swimming around, like a 10 million in one is not doing you any favors.
Sure.
So I don't know, like, and it's insane because, like, as painters, we all try to, like, paint from a picture what we see.
Yeah.
And get as close to replicating, like, an actual fish as we can. But it's all an interpretation that at the end of the day doesn't really it's not a picture of a fish like a photo image bait or however they do that.
So with the knowledge that, I mean, I listened to the Berkeley scientists, and look, I mean, I don't think this piece was marketing. They studied Bass's vision, and Bass, I think we all understand, are trained to see contrast. And so in your mind, when you think of the patterns that have worked for you the best, that are really simple and contrasty, does that start to make sense to you because you've provided that contrast to the bass? I mean, it's hard to argue with chartreuse black back, right? Iconic orange throat.
I think colors get really good when you have contrast, and then you have, like, a little bit of some highlight color, and then you have, like, pearls and metallics and iridescence, and you mix all those together, and then you add flash to the contrast. That's when colors get good.
Is that why one of my favorite Rapala colors is what's the one that has the that little flash on the shoulder, but it's just that glint of flash. It's not throughout the bait, it's sneaky. Do bait fish light up when they're excited or being chased? I mean, I've heard that too. So is that why, if you're adding a little pearl or flash that is not, like, super obtrusive, that pattern seems to work pretty good?
I mean, I typically just paint shit I think looks cool. I try to not get too scientific on it. Otherwise, I mean, at the end of the day, you'll never know. You know what I mean?
Is it too early in the show for me to talk about the invention that I've been working on here at the Bass Lab that you commented on?
I don't know that the industry is ready for this.
All right, Travis, you're not even. This is going to blow you away, dude.
No, you keep me in the dark with all your side deals. I get it, but
I have with
Manson. You got a model coming out next.
Okay.
With TK's commentary, and the inspiration was TK. So I have invented the first edible crankbait lip that the market has seen. It's a Dorito. It functions until you get hungry, and I'm gonna break the lip off here, and I'm gonna eat it.
What?
What do you guys think about that? Edible crankbait lips. It's the newest thing in bass fishing. I mean, it's tasty, it's crunchy, it could save your life. TK Stanley, I gotta thank you, Marty Burns. That's on a Marty Burns crankbait. Thank you, Travis. What do you think? Excuse me for a minute.
The SmallmouthCrush.
I don't know what to think right now, Eric. Is that real? What did you do? Did you fake? Did you play magic or did you bite that?
I bit it.
Let me see it.
I didn't bite it. I've been holding on to a bag of Doritos. I'm not a trickster.
No, I swear it looked like you ate it.
It's still there. I had worked on making a perfectly square shaped Dorito chip because this looks like a Dorito. It's true. I painted a horrible, hideously looking lip on my Carter bill, and TK called me out on it. And he goes, dude, you painted a Dorito chip on the front of that crankbait. What's wrong with you? And so I just had the Dorito bag, and I worked on shaping the lip today, and I thought I'd
wait a second. Okay, can you hold that crankbait up? I'm sorry. Now I'm going through the comments.
All right,
do it again, please.
You guys be the judge. This is what I did.
Same speed that you did.
Okay, all right. Well, now I got to work on the shape. All right, this is going to be a down and dirty version of what I just did.
Because this pretty much, in my eyes, and now listen, I'm on a small screen here, but it looked like you ate it.
Oh, I put the lip in my mouth.
The Manson model is going to be a DT6 with a fillet of fish in the lip.
There you
now
go.
I got Dorito all over my computer screen. I mean, my keyboard. So I showed the lip. I said the first edible crankbait lip.
I saw that.
Then I slipped the chip in the lip. That's a chip in that lip that I just showed you.
Okay.
And I got it.
Is that how stale is that?
I just opened the bag.
Oh.
Although my cat's been working on the bag for the last week, my kids have been wanting to eat those Doritos. I actually thought about it last night.
I wish I could see my face in that again.
I thought it was funny, man. When TK calls a man out, you gotta think of something creative, come back. So I thought it was pretty good.
I don't think I'm as bitter about that as I am the red inside the swim bait.
That
one stung.
No doubt. Well, I had an interesting guy reach out to me today. I want to know who on the stream has ever heard of the WAP flat-sided crankbait. TK,
hey,
Marty Burns. It was called the WAP. They also made a skinny bill. They called it the skinny bill. The skinny bill. And there is a Zoom model that resembles the skinny bill. I think Ed Chambers bought it back. Interesting. I had never heard of it. East Tennessee. They were used on Fort Loudon and I don't even know how to say this, Tellico. But it was Michael McClendon. I hope you're watching, Michael. It was I believe it was grandfather. But who's heard of the WAP? And do you know the story about the WAP? Let's hear it, man.
WAP?
100%.
Well,
and if you turn WAP around, what does it spell?
Qua?
No, nope. Travis, no. WAP,
Okay.
W-A-P. And if you flip it, it's Paw. So everybody referred to this builder as Paw. That was his nickname. So he decided to call it the WAP. Right. There you go. Tom. There you go. You guys know it, but nobody knows it. So I'll just tell you about it. I probably have a picture of it in my story, not my story, but in my thing. It was Harold.
I thought you said whack, Eric. That's why I said Croix. Okay.
I gotcha.
All right.
Harold Year Out was his name, East Tennessee. And he was just a local builder in Maryville, Tennessee. It's really wild. There are lots of iconic, legendary makers. And then there's that group of guys that might have just been really super local to a region. So I just thought it was interesting, man. I might even have one. I don't know. Because I don't know about UTK, but, I really got into flat sides hard. They're really successful for me spring and fall. I know. I do cast the potato chips, and I've caught a lot of fish on them. I caught one of my biggest tournament bass on the Upper Bay in a tournament on a flat side, 6'8". So they've been good to me.
Baitcaster or spinning rod?
It was a spinning rod.
Okay.
It was a spinning rod with 8-pound test. I mean, and how I kind of got into it was when they used to have a bass show at the Timonium Fairgrounds, which was interesting. And you and I talked about this. This is where I got to meet Bob Allen. They used to have a lot of interesting makers. They weren't, big name companies. It was guys doing garage craft stuff back then, or, making balsa baits in their basement. And, I met, Craig Powers from CP Baits, and, he was close with Sonny McFarland and Rob Cochran. And he talked about how he fished a flat side. And I really had not thrown, I'd thrown balsa baits, but I'd not thrown a flat side. And he convinced me. He's like, dude, if you're not flat siding in the fall and spring, you're missing out. And, he talked about his CP 1, 2, and 3, caught a lot of fish on all those baits, and they worked for me just like he advertised, and caught some big fish right behind people that would beat the hell out of banks before I went down them. And so I had an advantage because on the Upper Bay in Potomac, I didn't meet too many guys that threw balsa and or flat sided balsa. So anyway, I just thought that was cool, man. There's a little bit of crankbait history that I didn't know about. You think you know a lot, and then you meet somebody or they reach out to you and they turn you on to something new. Thought that was pretty cool. So let me see if I can find a picture of that thing. I'll show you guys because
Eric,
that completes the story. Yeah.
I wanted to.
Okay, real quick.
Okay, forget.
That's a picture of the skinny bill.
Oh wait,
skinny bill. Remind you anything, TK?
It's like a middle end.
Yeah. And then, but with a really skinny bill. It's not your typical bill. And then his flat sides. It's going to be hard to see, but this is the WAP. These are pictures of the WAP. I know that's really terrible.
Yeah.
But anyway, I know it's not working. All right. Dang it.
It's amazing how many during that era, like late 70s, 80s.
Yeah.
How many guys in that, like East Tennessee, Kentucky, Western Carolinas were building baits.
Right.
Like it was maddening. Everybody did. I mean, I guess it was like the way painting is now. Like everybody does like carved baits and like
it's pretty amazing, man. Yeah.
And even in like the Ohio kind of Ohio River Basin area, there's they have their like squadron of builders that they follow, and then you got the East Tennessee guys and
like what West England and from Wee Baits, and who was the other guy out there in Ohio?
I think Ronnie B was from up there, wasn't he?
Ronnie B, and then there was one more.
Oh yeah, there's probably.
Oh gosh, Richard Manley, and wasn't on the line. Anyway, very cool, man. Yeah, Mark D, I'm a fan. Very good baits. Rob Cochran for sure. So, man.
Eric, real quick before I forget,
tell me. Go ahead.
I should ask you at the start. You went to Susquehanna.
I did.
For the Bass Fest. Can you talk to us about that real quick?
Well, the reason I was up there is that TK Stanley came through big time for GDP, Greg DePalma himself. There was an out of production Strike King crankbait, which I located and had some of. And there were 2 out of production colors that he needed. And TK freaking nailed it. Like, I couldn't tell the difference between the production bait and the custom bait that he painted. It's stupid. And I have to say, and TK, maybe it was child's play for you, but to get the bars without giving away the pattern, I didn't know how you would do it. and you found a way to do it, which I thought was freaking brilliant. Did you just discover that solution?
No.
Okay, gotcha. All right. Well, all right.
Well, kind of.
Okay.
The thing about it is, I had seen what I used to make them.
Yeah.
Before.
Yeah.
But I was like, I knew it existed for doing that.
Yeah.
But I always thought it looked dumb. So I would never do that for something that I would not be intentionally trying to recreate from something else. So I knew if I ever needed to, what I would need to find, but I didn't already have the mechanism on hand to duplicate that paint job. I had to go find it, which was a little bit of a task, but
I thought it was pretty incredible. So that's why I was there, Travis. Yeah. And business was rocking for me that day, man. I ended up walking in, standing by the corner, like right by the counter, leaning up on some styrofoam minnow buckets, which I promptly knocked over trying to send an email. A couple older gentlemen were laughing, and they helped me put them back up. And I got to see Greg. I bought a reel and 4 packs of speed worms and left about 2 hours into it.
Got it.
And had to drive home. Well, actually, I had to stop and do a conference call at like 2:30. So I got there at 11:30 and left at like 1:30.
Yeah.
Because I had to get ready for my conference call. So
got it.
Crazy, man. Yep.
Yeah, you're supposed to call me back that day.
I was. And I was like inundated. I mean,
I hear you.
Yeah, but it was cool being there, man. It was really nice to see some people. People asked about.
Did you meet anybody from the stream?
I absolutely did. A couple people, yeah, man, that watched the show, and a couple people that don't watch the show. So hopefully, those are two of those are your 18 new subscribers this month. I don't know.
Right.
You failed to mention the funny part about what he wanted painted and what you sent me.
So one of the colors was a secret.
He wouldn't tell Eric what the color was.
Right. And so I had
hold up.
These are secret colors to him.
Yeah, when a guy's coming out of the time to take a couple baits up, it's not a life or death thing.
Well, he would eventually learn.
I'm gonna eventually see them because I'm gonna go pick the baits. It's TK sent them to me.
Yeah, I'm sorry, that turns me off. People like that turns me off. But
okay, that's fair. That's
time.
fair. But I respect that. So I sent down to make the number that he wanted. I sent down some baits, and I actually sent down the color that he wanted painted to TK unknowingly. Isn't that crazy?
Yeah, Eric said, "Paint these." I'm like, "I'm not painting these. These are the color." He was like, "Oh, well,
send it back to me, man."
These guys take things way too serious, man.
Man, that's true, man. It's true, man. It's true, but it's all good. It's all good. I'm not going to reveal the color anyway. So, hey, I want to. These are almost sold out. I think all the foils are sold out, but I thought I'd show them on the screen because Marty Burns and TK Stanley just absolutely crushed it, man. These are the Epic Shad. I've never had them in foiled. I've always wanted foil baits, and TK is always a capable guide and advisor to what the heck I should paint. So let's see. Oh, I hope I got one in my pocket because I'm missing a color. Yeah, I do. I walk around with crunk baits in my pocket, TK. So these are the Epic Shads. Foil. This is the big bait that I like to throw. And thank you guys who purchased with a nice one knocker in it. And that's blueback herring. Notice that the back is not blue because, contrary to popular belief, TK is always talking about this on his stream. Bluebacks don't have a blue back.
That's not even an accurate depiction of one.
No. We got the foiled sun granny.
Yes.
And a tip of the hat to Ed Chambers, the White Knight. What do you guys think? Plemons. That's dirty.
Foiled Plemons.
Foiled Plemons. Thank you. And then, of course, a Bagley's favorite gold foil blackback hot orange on the belly. Nicely done. And then this is pretty cool. So I said, TK, man, you remember perch color from Bagley, because it's not chartreuse blackback, although I call it that, because those are the colors. TK doesn't even have one and paints it from memory. Dude, you nailed that, dude, from memory. And it kind of like freaked you out, right?
Yeah.
And then one last, which is I call Gray Ghost, with a little bit of pink on the side. Very subtle. Look at that. Isn't that crazy?
Pretty close.
Damn right, man. Damn right. So there you go, man. That's a little crankbait show and tell for you guys. So awesome work, Marty Burns. Awesome work, TK Stanley. Thank you guys for the purchases tonight. So I think the foils are sold out, and I think there's only like 1 or 2 left of the non-foiled versions. So
I did a throwback series yesterday, Eric.
Yeah.
When I was when I got into the wood bait thing, I would have all these, old relics that I didn't want to fish with, or that I would only fish like tournaments with or whatever.
Right.
And liked the colors, but I didn't want to throw like these valuable baits.
Right.
To practice with. So I would always take the colors off of those baits and put it on plastic. And that would be like my fun fishing baits, where I could, get cool classic colors, but not, if I lost it, it didn't matter.
Right. Right.
So this is a futuristic Plemons.
Oh, that's very cool.
See the alien eye?
I like it, man. Yeah. Ooh, is that one of those, what do you call that? That's badass, dude.
I don't know.
Whoa. Do that again.
What?
Like you can see the eye right now, and then when you turn it that way, it goes like zombie.
Yeah, it changes color.
Oh, dude, I like that. And of course, the eye is mounted properly on the side of the head.
Yeah. Very. But I did that one, which is the Alien Plemons.
Yep.
Bagley SH4, which has always been a favorite classic color. I did a Moon Glow.
Ooh.
Did you ever dig up your Gulp Moon Glow?
I'm looking for the full Gulp box of my Harders. I don't think I got a Gulp Moon Glow, but I thought I did, but I don't know. We'll see.
I've probably gotten more requests over the years from Moon Glow than
why
you would ever think.
Why do you think that is? That's an old big fat flake pattern. I mean, we had Uncle Frank on the stream, and he had a lot to say about the big flake. Let's hear what you have to say about it.
I honestly think it's what I just said. Guys have these like $100 baits that they're not willing to throw.
Ooh.
And they just won't, they might have thrown it, or like heard somebody did real good on it, or that it was a good color.
Right.
And they just don't want to sacrifice a museum piece for
right.
So TK, when you go out fun fishing, okay, do you throw? Are you always throwing baits that you painted? Like what percentage? Like 90%?
It depends on the bait. Square bill, probably 99% I've painted. Anything deeper, I don't usually mess with.
Sure.
But square bills, yeah. And like a medium runner, like 6 foot stuff. But there's a lot of, like, my favorite DT6 color, nobody likes.
What is it?
Bleeding Olive Shiner.
Oh, a little bit of flash. Right? And there's some foil. Yeah. With the little red stuff going on, right? On the side.
Every time somebody's like, what's your favorite DT? I'm like, that one. They go,
Right.
Why do you like it so much?
Because I've caught the shit out of them. I'm a simple man, Eric. You catch a bunch of fish on it, and
is that a tip of the hat to a foiled bait, or is it a tip of the hat to the subtleness of the foil? Because it's not all foil, right? I mean, it's only like what, a quarter maybe is shown of the foil, third. I mean, You got one hanging up?
Ball foil.
I'm sure he's got one.
Nah, TK, I think that's more subtle foil than anything. I don't remember it being like super crazy flashy.
I mean, it's foil.
Yeah, but the shoulders are painted, right?
Yeah, but I mean, it's 80% foil.
You don't even want to open that thing up.
Well, I got 20 of them.
Okay. TK ain't sparing no expense.
No.
So that's like a Tennessee shad on the shoulder, right?
Yeah, it's Tennessee shad with a foil side.
Right, and then the white comes up. So I mean, I'm only thinking like, all right, maybe would you give me a 50% on the foil?
If you want to get snotty, then yeah.
I am getting snotty because that's what I'm saying. I think maybe that's part of the magic. I don't know. And you got two colors of flash. Isn't that gold on the shoulder?
It's green.
No, the scales.
Oh, they're silver tipped.
Oh shit, that's a complex pattern.
Yeah, there's a lot going on there.
Would you paint that differently?
What do you mean?
Like if you were gonna
Would you change it slightly?
No.
Yeah. Man,
I like it. I
that's a pretty good strong recommendation right there.
I know I've caught him on that before, but I don't think I see myself loading.
Yeah, no, it's not the first one a lot of people reach for.
Yeah,
right.
And maybe that's part of its success. Who knows?
Maybe it's the dumbass David Fritz hooks.
What do you think of those? What do you think of those? So when I kept them on, I hooked plenty of fish with them. But this was 2010, 11, 12, and then I kind of stopped after that.
Yeah, I just thought it was stupid.
I mean, it works.
I mean, is Fritz still using them?
I don't know.
No,
I don't see him on the Fritz side.
No, you're right.
Right.
That's a good point.
Huh.
What hooks?
But I didn't use them on jigging spoons. I would take them off and keep them, and I would put them on spoons.
Oh, that's smart.
That snagged their ass, dude, right on the damn top of the head.
That's very
Really?
interesting. That's a good thought, man. What hooks are you replacing them with, DK? What's your go-to treble right now, man? I think I know it, but I'm gonna ask the question anyway.
I like the Gamakatsu Magic Eye round bends.
There it is, man. Little heavier gauge, right?
Yep.
Kind of 2X, not 1X.
Yeah, you can pull on them. Yeah,
you can definitely pull on them. And what's on your reel these days, man? Have you lay it on me, man? Fluorocarbon or mono or copolymer?
Haven't used fluorocarbon in about 12 years.
Wow. Okay. Lay it on the audience. I'm really curious to hear your thought on why did you migrate away from fluorocarbon for cranking? Because you do a lot of cranking.
I like the stretch.
Me too.
I use the rod. I use a graphite rod. So
yeah.
I have this whole system.
Yeah, right. Let's talk about it.
So I don't want like a high modulus, like super badass, like sensitive graphite rod.
Right.
I typically like cheap graphite.
Yep.
Because it's spongy like fiberglass.
Sure.
But it's not a marshmallow.
Right.
Like when you're reeling a bait through a tree, you can still feel the tree. You can feel when your bait's about to hit a tree.
Yep.
You know what's going on.
Right.
Like with glass, it just absorbs everything to me.
Right.
I lose a lot of feel. So I like cheap graphite. I crank with the Powell diesel.
That's right.
723. But I like the stretch of mono when, and I just like everything about mono. Like when if I get a fish in a tree and he saw it and he starts like sawing
yanking on you, sure,
I can snatch his ass out. And
I like it. What's your mono of choice these days?
Big game.
I'm putting on lip balm, man, because big game. I knew it was coming. It was coming. How light will you crank with big game versus how heavy?
The lightest I'll crank is 15.
Wow. I
don't see any like the only time I ever saw a difference that I had to change was when I went to Kentucky Lake. And
what happened? That was
Manson, you might have been actually on the Elite Series that year.
Okay.
It was we had the you remember when they did the Triton Elite tournament? Like the Triton Gold thing, and if you won a Triton Gold tournament, you'd qualify for their like Elite Gold tournament. And
Sure,
I qualified for one of those at Kentucky Lake, and it was piggybacking the same weekend or the weekend before the Elite Series showed up. It was like 2008 or 9 or something. But I went up there and cranked the ledges with like the big fat free shads and Series 6 and stuff, and like I couldn't hit the bottom.
Whoa.
And I was like, uh-oh.
You're in trouble.
Yeah. So I went to 12.
Right.
And 12 got me down there. But it made a difference because like there was some road beds in the back of some creeks and stuff that you had to touch. So I went to 12. And I don't mind 12. 12's fine, but I'm not going to throw a crankbait in a tree with 12. No,
right. You're cover cranking. You want to.
But if I'm trying to get to a depth, I will downsize. But typically, I'm a 15 to 20 guy.
Yeah, I mean, if you're trying to get deep on the delta, which is like 3 feet, you want to definitely. You might step it down to like 15.
Yeah,
3 feet, right?
17 would be perfect, but they don't make it anymore. Shout out Berkeley for being idiots.
I don't even get that, man. That's just dumb. They would sell so much 17.
Nobody makes it anymore, dude. I was trying to find it.
You know what
trying to find a 17.
So I know you might
found 17 in the precision wound monofilament made by Suffix.
Is it good?
I like it.
I like it.
No.
This is part of the championship win on Gaston.
So Cortland Line, they actually Brooks gave me some 17 mono camouflage. So it's a different, it's a little darker sometimes. And I don't know if they're trying to get back into that, or again, I should ask more questions, but he said, here, try this. Tell me what you think. So I got some 17. I'm looking forward to trying. The only thing I'm going to use 17 mono for is my pop bars. That's the only top water application where I'll use monofilament still.
Yeah.
And my cranking is all on, Yozuri hybrid. Normally 10 or 12. I'm a little nervous to go higher. I mean, that's an interesting perspective, TK, on going to that 15, 17. I'm not sure if I'm
most
quite
of the
there
stuff
yet.
I throw, like you can't line is not gonna because I've heard guys say, oh, it affects the action of the bait. Like you can put damn tow rope on a balsa B3 and it's gonna wiggle its ass off. Yeah.
I mean,
put it on a killer B and it's gonna hammer, dude. Like
right on.
If you're throwing like a deep baby in, 20 might not run that great, but I mean it'll still run.
Yeah.
But I've never really noticed where I felt like I was deadening the action of a bait, but it's probably because I throw baits that like hammer. You know what I mean?
You just straight up hammer all around, bro. You ain't messing around. 20-pound big game. Snatch his ass out of that.
But I think that's all part of like the reason I gravitated towards stuff. So I could use like heavy line. I needed to find a bait that didn't die with big line.
Yeah, that makes sense. I mean, and where you fish right now, I mean, the Delta is a shallow water fishery, generally speaking, right? Wouldn't you say?
Oh yeah.
Yeah. I mean, you're dirt diving, man. Digging up the mud.
Well, I've always been like I had this one experience where I think I was throwing 12.
Yeah.
And I was probably like 16 or 17.
Yeah.
And I had the original series, the like Takahiro version, Balsa B2.
Yeah.
And I can like see the trees like it was yesterday, but I was on this big flat and there was these 3 logs and they were laying like this all lined up.
Yeah.
And I got my boat on the end of them and I cast down the logs on the outside. Ran it down there, nothing. Well, I threw it down the middle log.
Yep.
And the fish came, I want to say it was over the log.
Oh, geez.
Bit the bait and then went down.
Yep.
And it was probably a 4-pounder.
Yeah.
But I never stood a chance at doing anything to that fish. Like when I hit him, it was done.
He
pulled my pants down and spanked my honey.
He had your ass.
And I felt a little bit of shame. I was a little embarrassed. I was like, that ain't gonna happen again.
Right.
So come back with some big game rope and said, next time you're gonna do that, I'm gonna smack that ass.
Right on.
So
what reels are you cranking with right now?
E7s.
E7, one of the best ever made, man. I just sent mine to a referral from TK Stanley. I don't think I have sent a reel out in a long time, but I had an abundance of E7s and E51s, I believe, which are 6/4 to 1 for my colder water cranking, and man, some cores and 51 MGs and Chronarchs and Metaniums, and so they're all down at Hill Country Reel Repair.
Yeah, dude does great work. He actually,
and that's in Texas, by the way. Hill Country Reel Repair. Look at that pistol grip. What is that?
So this is about the reel, not the
okay,
the rod, but
well, it's all a conversation piece at this point.
I
Tell us about the reel.
I sent the reel to Hill Country, and I believe his name's Nate.
Yes, it is. Just talked to him today.
So I sent it to Nate, and I said, "Hey, this thing's feeling kind of grimy. Can you do something to it?" He said, "Sure." So I sent it to him, and he was like, "You have an issue with your gears in there. They're like missing teeth or something." So I guess sounds probably about right, because this was spooled with 50-pound braid for the majority of its life, and the 50 mg Chronarch was not a powerhouse of a reel.
Yeah, no.
So when you swim a jig on a 50-pound braid for 6-7 years, I pretty much just shredded the gears in it. And he called me and he was like, "Your gears are shot." I said, "Okay." He said, "They don't make gears for those anymore." I said, "All right." He said, "But there might be this other reel that I could use the gears out of, and I could retrofit them and modify those gears to fit that reel." So I don't know what he did or what gears he used. But he did some mad scientist stuff on the gear set for this reels and got it back buttery smooth.
And why is that thing on a pistol grip, man? That's a great story about a reel and a hack to get it working again. What is going on with that pistol grip, brother?
This was my travel rod, my tester. Like if I needed to test a bait, I could throw this in the truck, and I didn't have to
that's smart.
I could put it in the back seat long ways, and it would fit. And
how long?
Honestly, just
is it 6 foot?
Yeah, it's a 6-footer.
Who makes
does anyone have a use for a pistol grip anymore?
Actually, this is a 5.5 7-power. Excuse me.
Oh, that's incredible. Craig Powers would.
I thought I was going to be cute and use this as my speed worm reel.
Oh, wow.
Until I had to set the hook on a speed worm and about ripped my wrist off, dude.
Yeah.
Like you watch old Larry Nixon Bassmasters, like him set the hook on a worm with a pistol grip.
Dude.
No.
It torqued your wrist, did it? I bet it hurt for a while. Oh,
well, I've always had the Hank Parker retrieve. Like I choked up on the reel, put my finger under the line.
Yeah.
And grabbed away from the actual reel seat. But even then, dude, when you try to set the hook, it's hard. I don't know how anybody landed anything.
Honestly, it would be fun to get a pistol grip reel each and go out and try to do some fishing.
I love that. I own one, actually. I bought one 2 years ago.
I know. I got a pistol grip in there.
My theory, it was about 5.5.
Yeah.
And my theory was, I'm going to call it, because for some reason I wanted I called it on my spreadsheet, the sniper spinnerbait. So imagine getting up in overhanging trees or whatever, docks even maybe, and just trying to cover water in that first 3 foot from the bank type of scenarios where you're just boom, 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 boom. Right. That's what I haven't really found myself in those situations ever, but I thought that's a rod to have if you ever encounter that.
I mean, Jimmy Houston, the art of roll casting a spinnerbait. Somebody just mentioned it with you know, I mean, if you think about spinnerbait fishing, Jimmy Houston with a pistol grip was pretty dirty back in the day. But I think it'd be funny to try to fish it.
If you're fishing a moving bait,
yeah,
I feel like they could still be relevant.
Okay.
But if you have to set the hook on something,
I got you.
No.
So if you're leaning, you're good.
Right. Yeah. If you're throwing a spinnerbait or a crankbait or whatever,
you're just
fine.
leaning. You're just
Open
leaning
hook,
into it.
You're good. But
here's what I'm thinking, man. I use that butt end to leverage a bigger fish. I just don't know. Like, I see how you're holding it, though. I can't, like, I don't know, man. I got this knot on this middle finger from the way I hold a bait caster, and it just anyway.
I will say it feels good, and like, I don't know, like you just pick up a pistol grip and you just want to
just like it.
Yeah, you want to pull your damn Marlboro Red out of your pocket and fire it up and start whizzing your damn Hank Classic around.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. That's funny. I think Craig Powers, man, I think he was using a pistol grip, wasn't he? When he was throwing that P70, the P70 around under trees and stuff. I mean, basically, Travis, what you just said, but with the P70. Getting in the place where, just gave him, and it was a short rod. It was crazy. Mm-hmm. He showed me a Loomis blank that he used for his P70 work. And it wasn't a pistol grip, but it was definitely a shorter butt for sure. Because, it was a lot of this. But pretty wild, man.
I'm telling you, dude, cool. you take a 3/8 ounce, half-ounce spinnerbait and put it on this thing.
Yeah.
And like, you need to roll cast to the bank.
Yeah.
It is effortless.
Dude, I had a pistol grip.
It's just fun to do.
Yeah, roll casting. I had a pistol grip, and I used to love it for one of my. Let me see if it's out there. It was for my pop R fishing, man. It's fantastic. I used to throw my Ricos on it, man.
Oh, you would.
Yeah, bro.
Man.
Where's that thing? There it goes. Right here, man. I still have my tape on it. Here it goes, brothers. Right there, man. Hold on. It's kind of a modified pistol grip. I don't have the room to show. There you go. Does that qualify as a pistol grip? Look how funky that is.
Nah, that's an imposter, bro.
What is that? It's look, dude. It only goes to here. It ain't down to my elbow. It's like a
cool grip.
No, man. No, not for me. It's like 6 inches too short. It hit. Look, TK. Here's my elbow. But I used to love this thing, man, because I just had I could roll cast the shit out of stuff. Yeah, no, the pistol grip is shorter. I'll give you that. But it ain't. I mean, that ain't much longer than a pistol grip would probably go to here. We're gonna have to get out a tape measure. But that was a Berkeley called the Pulse Select, and it was 5.6 medium casting, made by Berkeley in Taiwan, and it had. You could see the zone.
Does it say 99% graphite on it?
Sometimes.
Do rods still say that anymore?
I don't think so.
Because when I was upstairs in the attic at my parents' house, and I was looking at some old rods I had in the past, some of them would say like 97% graphite, 99% graphite written on them. I don't know.
No, they took that in the tungsten world and ran with it.
It was built perfect, man. I love that thing, man. I caught so many fish on it.
Travis, my buddy used to have those quantums that you showed. And those things were like the poor man's Bill Dance quantum energies. But they would cast you could cast a line off of that damn thing with a half-ounce rattle trap.
Oh, I agree.
Quantum energy?
No, the one Travis has, dude. You could spool that damn thing with a half-ounce rattle trap.
What?
Oh, for sure.
Yeah, they would fly.
I'm wondering, I can't tell what the gear ratio is on this.
What? South Jersey, that's crazy, man. South Jersey
what that would go
you
for.
See the
mega market for this?
Listen to this, TK.
Market? No.
Have you Matthew Acevedo, man, South Jersey says, have you seen the Mega Bass pistol grip, the Pagani Trad? It's a sick rod. You can change the blank out and completely have a different rod by changing the blank. That's pretty crazy.
Yeah, you got to think the blank is not through the reel seat.
Yeah.
So you could just pretty much unscrew this and add whatever action you wanted, because the reel probably, or the blank only probably goes to somewhere in here.
Man.
So
Hey, Retro Bassin was on earlier, man. I don't know if he's still around, but he's a guy that used to be from Maryland, lives in Texas, and he's all about old school lures, man. And he always throws the old school lure. I think he always uses a pistol grip. I think he uses a flasher. He's in a tin tracker. But man, wouldn't it be cool to have like an old school tournament, and you could only like one, like Rebel tackle box, and you're limited to a certain weight. And it can't be any lure past 19. What date cutoff would you put it, TK, for baits? It could be a bait that was manufactured from this year.
My taste.
Yeah, your taste. If you were running an old school Alabama on a Delta tournament, one tackle box, couldn't weigh any more than 20 pounds, old school rules, pistol grip, one rod, one reel.
I'm trying to.
MJI. He says he's turning into Randy Blockett.
I'd go to maybe
that's what I was about ready to say.
72 to 92.
Okay, I like that. 72 to 92. I like it, man.
That would pacify me.
I think it'd be fun. I don't know, man. Just do something crazy, man. Bring out the old school baits, man.
I think there's bass clubs out there that are like
that do it.
That they only fish, like their club tournaments are only antique and old rods and reels, and like those knuckle busters, that have no anti-reverse.
Right.
They only fish that, and they only throw shit from like the 50s.
That's cool, man.
Mm-hmm.
That's pretty cool, man.
I don't know. I never liked that era.
I say we have a nightcrawler only tournament for bass.
Like real nightcrawlers?
Real nightcrawler, bro. That's what I grew up doing. Like,
all right, how would you rig it up? Give us your nightcrawler setup.
Honestly, I don't know if I want to give that up, but so here's what you do.
You think it would work on the upper bay?
Absolutely.
Really?
It's simple. It's dumb. You're gonna be like, oh, okay. So
all right. What are we doing?
So what I would do is I would get in the canoe, okay?
Yeah.
And there's a creek about 12 feet wide and just wood and cut bank on both sides for a mile.
Right.
Dug out, years ago. Old trees, logs. Anyway, so I go along with the canoe, and I would have a bobber with the I don't know what the technical term is, a float that's got the long
quill.
Yeah.
And then it would have the spring, and then you would clamp it on the line. So it's not a slip bobber, just just a pencil bobber. Call it that. Sure. I'd put a sinker. It's about I'd say about 3 foot. I'm in 5 feet of water. I put about 3 foot. And then basically, and oh, by the way, this is how I won in 1989, 1990, 90, 89, 90, 91, and 92. I basically dominated the Marble Parks Kids Fishing Tournament every summer for big bass, or well, it was big fish, but that was for me, it was always a bass on this rig. And then I would take any little hook that would be like a larger bluegill hook almost. So it wasn't the big bass hooks at the time.
Yeah.
And you simply take your whole nightcrawler and rig it at the head and just, along a giant Canadian nightcrawler.
Yeah.
One hook through the top. And all you do is you flip that, you let it fall. I would wait about 5 seconds.
Yep.
Reel up. Another 4 foot that way. Reel up. Another 4 foot that way. Doom. Hit everything all the way down. And basically, a lot of times when the bass is going to grab that crawler, it doesn't even pull the float down. You're going to see that bass move the float quick and then straight down.
Wow.
And dude, I'm telling you, night crawlers are legit when it comes to largemouth.
So you were basically reverse drop shotting as a child, like nose hook drop shotting.
Yeah.
And I know it would work on the upper bay around docks.
What would happen if you Ned rigged a night crawler? Lights out?
I think no. I feel like it would be. It's a delicate, right? Crawlers are delicate. I think you could get away with it, but you're going to burn through a lot of them.
Okay. What about that bungee worm on a drop shot that had that natural curl thing? What was that? The
walking worm. You remember?
Yeah, the walking worm. That's the one.
That's the recoil.
It was called walking and then recoil. Wasn't it the recoil worm too or something?
I always remembered it as the walking worm on the
Yeah,
infomercial.
maybe it was recoil baits or something. I don't know. That's
Could've been.
crazy.
But I remember the infomercial. They were sitting at that some lock and dam in Florida,
Yeah.
and they would throw their worm out there, and it was like it's a cold front in Florida, it's 14 degrees, and there's another one. Oh, we're catching them.
Have you ever seen the guys that put like the stretchy band on the bottom of a drop shot, and the way because the recoil of the rubber band did? There it is, man.
Kids fishery.
1990, biggest fish. How about that, man? Crazy.
All right, Manson, I got a question for you.
Mm-hmm.
This might be asking a lot. Have you ever seen the movie Grumpy Old Men?
So not the whole thing, but clips. And a long time ago, I may have seen the whole thing. I guess I shouldn't say that. I saw it. There was a lot of hype when it first came out. And even though I liked fishing, I couldn't relate to it. Does that make sense?
Do you remember the ice fishing scene where they drive out on the ice and it's like a city?
Yes. Yep.
I have that on my bucket list that I would like, because that's my favorite movie. I'm not really interested in ice fishing, but I would like to go to an old school ice fishing community like that, to where a bunch of old timers are set up, drinking beer, smoking cigarettes in their little 40-year-old ice shanty houses. And I was wondering if you know if that still exists.
Yeah, bro, it's right into my backyard here.
So people still do that, like. I won't like the old cloth, the guys that have been doing it since
Oh, sure. You could go at the mouth of the Rat River here off of Kiso's Landing, and you would find those types of guys for sure.
There's old crusty international scouts pulled up on the ice with
yeah.
All right.
They're there.
Man.
That's good to know that still exists. I didn't know if that was a thing of the past or not.
No. I mean, it's getting less and less. Back in the day, I mean, those are some of my earliest memories, was fishing that way, with those types of people. But it's different now, man. I'm talking like 87 Ford F-150s with single cab.
Yeah.
You'd have your driver out. You'd be 2-wheel drive back in the day, so you'd have to put your chains on before you head out and drive out on the lake and take your Jiffy gas ice auger that weighed 87 pounds and drill a hole, and you take your little lead weight on your little rod that doesn't even have a reel really, and drop your wax worm down and start jigging away. No electronics, nothing.
No.
Just
watching
sitting out
hockey
there.
on a little black and white screen TV.
Maybe you're using your truck as a windbreaker.
Wow.
You're sitting right next to the truck and
wow,
on a 5-gallon bucket tipped upside down.
That's crazy.
Sometimes you'll get like a boat cushion, and then if you do like a half moon with like a utility knife, then you can make a little slot. You could stick your panfish and stuff right through there without having to get up.
Oh,
why don't you do that shit, dude?
I
pay good money for that kind of experience.
That's like old school.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
That's old school right there, man.
Your old
TK
beaver
first
dam.
customer.
Put a couple beaver dam tip ups up. Let that wait for that red flag to go, and line's just spinning. As soon as it stops, that means that northern's sucking that bait in. And then when he runs one more time, that's when you pick it up.
Did you eat the northerns? What'd you do?
I think we always let them go because my dad wasn't that good at filleting northern, because there's a special way to fillet a northern.
Are they tasty though? Like,
yeah, absolutely. Very good.
Like rate the Great Lakes fish, or like what's top for you, and then go down the line.
Walleye, perch, and then probably pike if I had to eat something out of the lake.
Wow.
Yeah.
Never eat a smallmouth?
I have not. No.
I did one time. It was delicious.
Yeah.
Deep Creek Lake.
I
had a largemouth. I didn't like it. Eric Warner cooked it. He fried it up. The fins were pretty crispy. Eric ate everything. He was a earthy, crunchy, granola-y guy. Had pigeons, snakes. His dad grew orchids in the basement. It was strange ranger house, man. But yeah, man, he'd keep a bass and he would fillet that thing up and fry it. He fried one whole. After he got it, of course. And the fins tasted like potato chips. They were delicious. That's all I wanted to eat. The bass was gamey though, man. I didn't like it.
I've never experienced that.
Yeah.
And I've eaten bass. I've eaten thousands of them.
Bass?
Yeah, come on, dude.
He's like, yeah, hell yeah, I've eaten a lot of bass. Yeah, I don't know, man. Maybe it was just that one bass was gamey. Who knows? We might have kept it out of the water, caught it at the freaking front lake, man, and came home and eat
Next
it.
time you
Man.
come down, Eric, I'll fry you up a big platter of largemouth bass.
We're gonna eat some largemouth bass on camera, and that's gonna not be good for business.
No, it's listen. I think it's fine.
Yeah, right. You got to manage the
I do.
population. You know what I mean? How big were the bass you used to eat, TK? Anywhere from what to what?
We just eat the little. We called them corn dogs. The little
Corn
12 inches,
dogs.
Not 10 inches, but legal length fish.
Of course. Yeah, of course. So the fish we ate, I know, was like at least 3 pounds.
Yeah, see, I don't like them up. That gets a little thick for me.
Yeah,
Sure.
that might have been the reason.
That's the same thing with walleye for me. Even a 20-inch walleye,
Yeah.
I'd rather eat perch just because I think it cooks better. Smaller fillets, I don't like it when they get super thick.
No, I don't either. I like them when they curl up.
Yes. Yeah.
That's like a Scooter would call it a double folded potato chip, not flat. It had to be folded. That's the one he would pick out of the bag. Damn good stuff, man.
Now this makes sense. In the comments, Swim School goes, he grabbed the Bandit 200 to feed the family. So that's where you were going with this. See, my mindset wasn't even in that mode. Like, what do you mean? You're gonna eat and kill bass, huh?
Somebody said fried smelt, literally candy.
Yeah, I agree.
Dinks are the best eater.
Travis, how have you not thought about that, dude? The world shuts down. You got to go use your rod and reel.
No, I get it. Conserve the line though. If the world shuts down, they ain't making more line.
No, I got 60,000 yards of big game, bro. That shit don't ever go bad.
60,000 yards. I freaking love it.
Just hope it's vibrating on the right frequency. Otherwise, that's going to be dissolved into the earth too.
Right. I'm still trying to wrap my head around.
That's
what
fine. Someday we'll talk about that.
I know you're going to have a loincloth. You just be totally naked in the world.
I don't know, bud.
Running around in the dirt? I don't get it. Is there dirt? Is there dirt? Does the dirt survive?
You're going to see a lot of red dirt fall from the sky.
Red dirt fall from the sky, the clay. Very interesting. Reseed the earth. This is fascinating. We had to go there. This is why you're only going to get 17 subscribers this month. That's the first drink I've seen you had in a while, but you were with the OG the other night. You were at the bar.
I was.
Look at that hook. What is that
I'm
hook?
preparing for my Florida trip in 2 days. And I'm not sure if this is a big enough hook or not. Let me know in the comments.
Can you give us a perspective?
Goliath grouper?
I have pretty big hands, so.
What are you trying to say?
This is a big ass hook, is what I'm saying.
What is that hook? Oh, there you go. That gives it that better perspective. That's ridiculous. Where'd you get that hook?
It's just hanging up on the wall here. I think my grandpa had it.
Oh, that's pretty cool.
Yeah.
Nice, man. Nice. 30-aught. Somebody just said it was a 30-aught hook.
Looks like there's a secret door here too. Let me show you this. Look at this panel. Look at this paneling right here. You see this line?
Yeah. What is that?
I don't know.
It's the parents. It's the parents fungin.
What if you opened that up and found a fungin?
I don't know. I'm just
with some skeletons in the closet.
I don't know what's back there.
People that didn't make it out. I'm kind of scared. You don't sleep down there, do you?
Not in this room, but
thank God.
2 rooms over.
Definitely don't sleep in that room. Well, man, awesome stream. TK, thank you for coming on, man. I know it's fantastic, man. Anything else you want to cover? I mean, I got more questions on the agenda.
We got time. I'm going to go grab another seltzer water, or
I think you should grab another wine, man. It's been a while. You need to loosen up.
No, seltzer water. I'm going to have one. My mom does. We don't have any more booze in this house. This is all she had.
That was it.
That was it.
Is it in the refrigerator? House now?
It was red wine in the refrigerator.
Very interesting.
Yeah, maybe there's something behind this wall.
All right, TK, let's start. Travis, you can listen to this question. When you come back, you need to think about it. What was the first crankbait? And everybody sound off in the stream too. What was the first crankbait you ever tied on?
Oh, that's easy.
All right.
I believe the first one I ever remember throwing, I don't know that it was the first I ever tied on, but the first one I ever remember throwing was a Fire Tiger Bandit 100.
Wow.
And I remember my dad was like, "Why are you throwing that?" I was like, "I don't know, why not?" He's like, "I don't know." You know, he wasn't a cranker.
Yeah.
So I tied that thing on, and he was like, "Yeah, you need to be
interesting.
You need to be spinnerbaiting or worming or nippididian."
Nippididian, man. I think.
But I didn't. It was strange because I didn't know why, but I always gravitated towards crankbaits.
Interesting. Did you catch one on that bait that day?
I don't remember.
Yeah.
Maybe I did, maybe I didn't, but I remember I still have that bait. But I remember throwing it thinking, I'm gonna show this asshole. I'm gonna catch something on this, because I mean it kind of deflated my my any kind of self-esteem I had for catching a fish on that crankbait. I was like, maybe these things don't work.
Right.
Maybe I shouldn't be throwing this. But
mine was, this is not the bait, but I'm going to show you the style of bait. What would you think? Actually, I got the mini cousin of the bait. So what do you think I would have been throwing, TK? Think about, when I was like 14, 12, 14, paper boy, there was a Kmart, and that's where I bought my fishing equipment. And I got my Bassmasters magazine, and I'm certain I read an article about the plug that started it all for crankbaits. What was the plug that started it all? I'll give you a clue. It's the alphabet craze.
It had to have been a bomber.
No, the Big O.
Oh, the Cordell Big O.
The Cordell Big O. I did not buy a Big O. What I bought was a knockoff of a Big O, and it wasn't this size Big O. It was a giant Big O, but it was exactly in that color, about 3 times the size. So I was fishing a place called Clinton's Pond, and there were some willow bushes, and this is a gin clear pond, by the way, like totally gin clear. I think I saw a baby copperhead that day, put a stick on his head and decided maybe I shouldn't be tangling with that snake. Let him go. Got to the corner, was a little bit deeper down there. There was some buckbrush. It looked like willow or buckbrush, I don't know, but it was dead. And I remember cranking by the willow bush that was in the water, dead. There was no leaves on it. And I stopped the crankbait, and what looked to be like a 10-pounder came out and sucked it in and spit it out before I could even react. And it flipped me out, and that hooked me on crankbait fishing. I did not hook the fish, but I physically watched that fish as I stopped it, because I probably read the article, like, stop it by cover. Didn't even contact it because I was worried about losing the bait. But I made a pretty good cast, and I brought it right by that thing, stopped it on the side of it. The bass goes and spits it out within a split second. I was like, holy shit. I was hooked after that point.
Looking back, how big do you think that fish actually was?
Probably 6.
6?
But it looked 10.
Dude, I don't know what it is, but an M6 is a giant.
In the water?
Yeah,
when you're 12, I mean, I've been catching like 2-pounders, 3-pounders. This pond had a lot of them.
But you can catch 100 5s.
Yeah.
And you're like, you get it up to the boat and you're like a 5.
That's right.
When that son of a bitch gets to 6,
that's right.
You look at him and you go,
Right.
I don't know what that is.
Right.
That's true.
It's like they turn into a different fish, dude.
Yeah.
They get wide. They just get they just turn into damn.
With smallmouth too on their forehead. They won't really get that extra
the rhinoceros hump.
Mm-hmm.
Unless they're in that 6+ pound range.
Yeah, that's so crazy. You're right.
Well, yeah, a 5 sometimes. You can start seeing it on a 5, but
did you guys see the 40-pound bag of smallmouth that the guy caught on Cast to Catch?
I saw it.
What state was he in?
Idaho.
What?
Mm-hmm.
Do you know the lake?
Yes, I can't think of the name right now.
But is it legendary, this lake, or is it
not
just
legendary? But it's
it will be now.
Well,
is that crazy? Has anybody caught a 40-pound bag on the Great Lakes yet? 5 on camera, Cast to Catch.
No.
That's fascinating. You think it would be done by now? How about that? What's everybody's favorite out of production old school crankbait that you wish they would bring back in the way they used to make it? Plastic and then balsa. Plastic bait first and make it precisely the way they used to make it. Sound off stream, Travis. It's got to be out of production.
I mean, I'm not missing one.
TK, I didn't expect anything less. All right, I'm just gonna
Stay in the grave. Unless you can tell me one that I'm forgetting. No, I don't think.
Do you prefer the old Bandits, or like the one that you had to feed your family with? Would you prefer an old Bandit 200, or you just be fine throwing the new one? And look, both catch them. We know both catch them, and it's a fine bait today. But if you could only, like, I don't know.
If I'm getting the choice, I'll take an old one over the new one.
Okay, all right, that's fair.
Just because I probably feel like the quality control then was probably a little better than it is now.
Yeah.
But besides that, I don't think the action's probably much different on it.
Right, right. Look at South Jersey with the Big Bud, Pose, Original Wigglewort, Humpback Rebel, Rogers,
Eric,
Thunderstick.
I got a crankbait here.
Storm Midward, Rebel Maxi R, Pradco Bandits. We just talked about that. LC RC 3.5 DD. Very cool.
Eric, this is a question for you.
Got it. Oh, RC 1.5. Wait,
I'm going to hold up a crankbait, and you're going to have to identify this.
Is it an antique?
What's antique?
Well, TK, where do you think, you know me pretty well, my crankbait knowledge probably starts in the 60s?
Okay, you're fine. This was definitely mid-90s for sure.
Oh, wow. Okay.
And still perhaps in production today.
Okay, let's see. Maybe I know it, maybe I don't. Oh, it's a storm. It's a Thunderstick.
Okay. All right. Deep Thunderstick. I didn't know. I thought maybe I could pull one past you because it's kind of more of a walleye bait.
Yeah, no.
Okay. Have you ever caught bass on it? Have you ever fished this?
I know that I experimented with the Spoonbill Rebel.
How did you know this if you're not even a walleye guy? I'm just asking.
Just because knowing storm baits and throwing the storm Thundersticks. But listen, I'm going to tell you the story of why I would have wanted to throw it. So there's an area north of the Wilson Bridge called the Spoils. And there are 2 concrete islands in the Spoils. And the water is 14 foot deep there. And bass would suspend in bait there. And they were uncatchable to me. And there was nothing that I could think of that would run 14 foot. And I wasn't thinking try to suspend a crankbait. So I threw the Spoonbill Rebel and caught fish around the islands. Oh, we lost Travis.
That's okay.
What you got, TK? You gonna pull something out?
Oh, yeah. I was speaking of the Thunderstick. I actually last fish I jerkbaited were on a Thunderstick.
Oh, I love it. Damn. And dude, did you paint that?
I did.
Tell me what that pattern is, because it's like a bone.
Yeah, it's like a ghost bone. I wanted it to look like a shrimp.
Dude, that's wild. And so, that's really pretty, TK. Is that like a Japan crawl kind of flavor?
I mean, I don't know. It's just kind of.
That is an original.
Yeah, dude. I heated up the bill on this one and bent it down a little bit
to make it shallower. Did it work?
Shallower. Yeah, it runs really good.
Yeah. I mean, that was a trick with the old bombers, right? To make out the wake baits. But the Thundersticks for me on the Potomac, there was a guy I used to fish with a lot and fish some tournaments with, Richard Wader, probably one of the best overall river fishermen, could throw anything. And he didn't mind using a spinning rod. And man, I really marveled at the way he used Thundersticks around shallow grass, Travis.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know that I've ever seen anybody since wield a jerkbait around shallow river grass like Richard did, except for Steve Chaconis, another guide on the river. We had a fall day that was pretty spectacular, throwing bomber long A's around shallow wood. But Richard, throughout the year, would employ the jerkbait. It wasn't just an early season cold water deal for him. And what really got me thinking about that was, do you remember the elites with Hackney up the Susquehanna throwing a jerkbait and scoring on it?
Mm-hmm.
It's a forgotten thing. I don't know where that went and why. I just don't do it. I'd like to try to master that. Anyway, pretty cool.
Huh.
There's something about a minnow, like the freaking Rapala. TK, did you grow up throwing a Rapala?
This was my favorite one growing up. The Mark Sosin Gold.
Damn right.
Excalibur minnow. That was a great jerkbait.
Hell yeah, man.
My dad, one of my first hard baits was a Rapala brokeback minnow, the gold and blackback one.
I
never caught shit on it, but
I used the broken backs and I used the straight ones, and they were probably the 9, not the big line. I did throw the 11 in Florida, but I probably caught more fish on that 9 around the ponds on the golf course and stuff, and gold and silver, depending upon the day, and the broken back, man.
You caught them on the broken back one?
I did, but I caught more on the straight one. But I caught tons of fish all year long. I never, from really the warmer water probably did better for me. I mean, but I fished all the time, and I threw a mirror lure as well. The old mirror lure I threw the sinking minnow. What the hell was that about?
I think that's why I've become anti-education, anti-tips, anti all this like YouTube world.
Yeah.
Because growing up, come to find out, all the shit I read about is bullshit. Like you listen to like
they were trying to sell baits.
No, like I watched a Bassmaster episode from like 1991 or 2, which I would have been soaking up in my brain.
Sure.
And I think it was Jim Bitter was throwing a jerkbait.
Yeah.
And he was like, you got to twitch it like this real slow. He said, you can't do it fast. And he was like, that kill, like whatever you do, don't do it fast.
Right.
Well, if anybody would listen to him, you lose everything good about a jerkbait.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? If we would have just done it that way.
Yeah, you're right, because I didn't listen to Jim Bitter and snapping that Rapala.
No, you start hitting, it's like, oh
man, I'm like,
this thing's doing good.
Oh yeah, I mean, I was hitting my rod. I probably had a noodle for a rod, but I mean, I had to work on the cadence each day. But I mean, sometimes I was popping that thing like a madman, and they would just pause it and then be right on the bait.
Like we threw a double source a bunch down here, and like growing up, all the old timers would tell you throw it out there and you let it sit and you will let all the rings disappear. Dude, that shit lasted like one trip for me, and I was like, nah, it hit the water, and I go,
yeah,
you just start snatching it, and hey, you get a bite, and it's like, wait a minute. I didn't have to let all those stupid rings disappear.
I just watched a Roland Martin video on fishing it.
The devil's horse? Really?
And he said, don't move that. Wait till the ripples clear.
Oh my God.
Give it a slight twitch.
A little twitch.
Man,
if you move it fast, you might as well throw something else.
Not true. I threw the Gold Boy Howdy. Remember that Florida trip I took, TK? It's like 37 degrees the first day. Yeah. We were at Rodman Reservoir. I don't think I've been that cold in Florida. It was raining sideways. It was an absolute cold front that had pushed through the state. And the Boy Howdy, that gold one, snapped aggressively, worked like a champ. That was the #1 bait that day for the whole boat.
Did you catch a big one?
Well, 4 pounds for me, but no, the big Rodman fish.
It would have been a 7 if you wouldn't have, if you'd let them rings.
Well, let's just say this: we rolled through the canal, right, and then each canal we rolled into, empty beds were everywhere. So we tried to go out to get the post spawn fish in the timber, and literally it was blowing sideways, and the wave action was ridiculous, and we gave it our all. As long as we could all stand it, we're like, fuck that. We're going back into the big canal, the long, straight shot. And I'm glad we did, because a manatee came up to the back of the boat. So I was about that close to a manatee and got a little video of that manatee. I'd never seen one that close. That was a cool experience.
It's because you let your rings disappear and the manatee fell.
And the manatee, and he came up and just he basically nibbled on it, and I hooked that motherfucker. No.
Sea cows is what we call them around here.
Yeah, sea cows. There you go. That's right. That's right.
I'll
Dang,
tell you
man.
what. I would love to spear one of those someday.
A manatee?
Yeah, like if you had to feed your family, TK.
Oh,
You know
Oh,
what I mean?
not
Yeah.
if you wanted to go to federal prison.
Right.
Okay.
I'm just saying. I'm just
you mean
saying.
like wouldn't you want a more challenging thing to spear
I
than
don't
a
know,
friendly
man. I think it'd be
manatee?
fun to see one of them, and then I vision
He
myself
wants to jump on it
with
and
this
ride it.
jump on it and go, whoa.
I've
See,
never had that thought, but that's interesting.
okay. You'll spear a sturgeon, but you won't spear a manatee. Okay, whatever.
When did I say I would spear a sturgeon?
I'm just saying.
I haven't thought about spearing anything until you mentioned
Manson's
it.
gonna eat. He knows what's up, dude.
Dude, I got it, man. Look, I got to feed my family during this time. Travis speaks about. Oh yeah,
Good
I'll be in the
spear
woods
man.
fashioning a
Eric's
spear.
gonna be wading around in the shallows while Manson's out there riding a damn manatee with a spear in his back.
That's right.
I'll have the little 12-incher legal fish, and you'll have the big blubbery man. It'd be like you killed the whale for the tribe, right?
Right.
Yeah,
Right.
you'll be
well,
the
then
king
we
of the
can
tribe.
we can make fuel for our oil lanterns.
How are we gonna make
Oh,
the
Nancy,
lanterns?
let me
Can
get a-
you
let me get
Well,
a
I
little
don't
fillet off that
know.
manatee.
can you walk me through how we're gonna fashion that
I
lantern?
don't know.
I'm
I
curious.
don't
Where are we gonna
know.
get the wick material? There's no trees left.
There's something.
just, can we fashion out of that red dust that falls from the sky?
Maybe. I
Okay.
don't know.
Maybe clay pots. Will there be water? There's only 5 subscribers this month. Darius King. They taste like bald eagle. Roast eagle for Thanksgiving. Now we're down to 2 subscribers.
Right.
Oh my gosh.
Make a pretty good YouTube video.
What would which part?
In a bad way. I'm not sure. Let's move on.
You mean fashioning the oil lantern out of red dust?
How about we talk about this replicated nice little turkey with this beard here?
Damn, that's a hell of a beard.
Ain't that nice?
That's pretty wild.
Yeah,
What's the spurs look like on that gob?
No, tiny.
No,
Have you shot a turkey, TK?
no, I don't turkey hunt. It's always in the middle of the bass spawn, and I said I'm good.
Right, right.
And for Travis, have you shot a turkey?
Sure, yeah.
Okay, cool. Did you call him in?
I got it's right over here on the wall, bud.
Oh, nice.
Right there.
Oh,
You would think in my 40 years on Earth that I would say, you know what? I will take off one weekend and go turkey hunting.
Yeah.
It's probably I love duck hunting, but turkey hunting would be right up there.
That's what I hear. It's that if you do it, you're hooked. But
yeah,
I like duck hunting. I'm with you. I like getting out there.
There's something different, growing up, it was always hunt in the fall, right? So you got the change of season, it's getting colder. And I guess with spring turkey hunting, it's the days are getting longer. It's warming up. You can go out there in a light sleeve camo and you got new green emergent grass and you got, newly planted fields and they're out there gobbling and strutting around. It's just a cool experience, I think, being out there at that time frame, that
when everything's
April,
coming
May.
alive.
Yeah, it's fun.
I can see that.
Yep, absolutely, man. MJ say it's hard to do something else during spawn. You got that right, man.
Yeah, I could never pass it up. Not even one little morning trip. I never wanted to sacrifice it, even if I slept in.
Anybody interested in the crankbait lip?
Yummy.
Man, you got me, Eric. And I feel so foolish because a lot of people understood what was going on based on the comments.
All right, how many? Oh,
because my screen is literally this big, my window. It looked like I was really trying to figure this out because it almost looked like you took you took a bigger bite than just a lip. I thought you had the treble hook. I thought the whole thing was edible.
Oh my god!
And for a second, I'm thinking, well, did he bake some sort of little cake that looks like a crankbait? How did that just happen?
That's funny, man.
Yeah,
that's funny.
How
many people?
A lot of things crossed my mind.
How many people thought I ate the lip?
Yeah, let me know.
Truthfully,
at least for a little,
yeah. Be honest.
Yeah. I thought you were gonna root out the lip.
I don't know what I thought. I just panicked and did it that way.
I thought you replaced it, and I was like, damn, this dude legit took the lip out and put a Dorito in there.
That's funny, man.
That could be the future, Eric.
Edible crankbaits.
It's biodegradable.
Ooh, interesting.
Mm-hmm.
New materials. Do you
Some
feel
sort of
like
material.
do you feel like anything can replace wood?
Sure.
Okay. Does it exist?
Kind of.
Ooh, interesting. TK being cagey, something's on his brain. Let me tell you something about TK. Something's always on that guy's brain right there, man. He thinks about every bait and solves problems. That's how he's wired. Travis, he is. He can take any bait and go, this is what I'd change. I told TK he needs to be running a multinational global lure corporation.
Right.
Solving problems, man. No, seriously, man.
You tell Manson the answers, and he says, "Nah, dude, you got it all wrong."
He is a little he's contrarian.
What are you talking about?
He's contrarian.
Burns wants to know what bait that is. Can you show that bait again, Eric?
Which
the
one?
Nacho, the Dorito.
The nacho cheese bait?
Yeah.
That one?
Yeah, he wants to know what bait that has the nacho lip in it.
Would you like the non-nacho version so you can get a cleaner look, Marty?
Marty, it's one of yours.
It's yours, Marty. I mean, do you think I'd hold up any other bait right now? Maybe this one. No, I'm not doing that. Ah, interesting. Marty Burns. Who said something? Somebody said something about just make the hooks biodegradable. Marty, I missed it. He said foam is close, but not it. What are you referring to?
The only thing I'm looking forward to is somebody making a plastic hook that's clear.
Do you think they can be done?
Sure, dude. You could damn sharpen plastic to real sharp.
But do you get the strength out of it?
Sure.
Is it a nano plastic?
You could do something with it. It'll happen eventually. It might be hopefully before the damn reset, but we'll see.
18 years, yeah.
In 18 years, sure, we could get a clear plastic hook, right?
And you think that would increase the effectiveness of the bait?
No, I just think it'd be cool.
No, all right, I got you.
I don't think it'd make a fucking difference.
I would definitely use that.
Yeah, I'd like to try it just to see.
Invisible hook, almost. Yeah.
Yeah, I don't like if I could take something away from the bait that makes it less, natural, then why not? That does the same thing.
Interesting.
Sure. So let's talk real quick. I want to hear everybody's comments. Talk to me about any bait, crankbait, spinnerbait, even a Texas rig worm. If you had the ability to have a invisible hook, which bait would you prefer that hook to be on? I'm gonna say I'm thinking a jerkbait, especially on that pause.
Yeah, anything that has a sit for a while. It'd be that or a topwater. Like a spook.
Yeah.
Yeah,
very true. Can't argue with that.
Now,
what about plastics? Is there any flipping baits that you would see a benefit of that in? Or just worming a bait? Maybe a Ned rig.
They look at it pretty hard. Somebody said
or
a glide.
Tube.
Somebody said a glide bait.
The
tube.
Yeah.
There you go.
Yeah.
I wonder if the clear plastic though catches light. It's kind of like a gas bubble on a nymph. It's clear, but it catches light.
Now we're getting too deep.
I'm just saying. I don't know, man. Marty Burns, don't you worry, man.
If we're gonna have plastic hooks, and we have to have plastic split rings or O-rings.
I like that look better, Marty. Now I have a fully red craw, and that's the tail section digging in the mud. Not white, it's red, Fred, but I get the crispy action that TK likes. Just saying.
They need to make these baits opposite. The crayfish, the fish bites from the tail first most of the time.
TK?
You guys don't know that, do you?
Why don't we paint baits that way when they're crawfish patterns?
Because they look stupid.
There you go, Travis.
I tried it, dude.
We should be Texas rigging our crawfish imitators reverse.
Well,
they swim that way.
You certainly.
I mean, that's a crawfish, and pull it this way. He swims with his tail. So What do you
Yeah, they
mean?
Yeah,
can
but
pick
that
with
fish
their
is going to come in from the other way.
What other way?
He wants to bite the back of that crayfish first most of the time.
Which is where the hook is.
Or he's going to
No.
bite the claws off.
No, the hook is where the claws are.
I don't understand what
You
you're saying.
reverse it. You're let's say you're Texas rigging that crayfish right there that you
But
had.
is he swimming the wrong way?
Then he's swimming the wrong way, but he's being
Is the bass going, what the fuck is that?
but the fish is biting it the right way is what I'm saying.
I see what you're saying, but is the fish confused or like that's a weak crawl because he's swimming in reverse?
Well, he's probably a little confused, but he probably doesn't care at the same time.
No, I would love to see the Berkeley scientist create that.
Maybe
how's the
another
crawl-
experiment. Maybe
how's
we
the
take a
crawl
crayfish
flapping?
bait and one rig fishes it one way and the other one reverses it, and we see what happens.
How is how is there any cloth flapping?
Well, we'd have to get like a real natural looking crayfish bait to try this.
I'm just trying to work it out in my head.
I know it's complicated, but I feel like we hook our plastics the wrong way.
Interesting. Wasn't there a crawl called the Sasuteki crawl?
The Yamamoto? Or is it
No,
Jackal?
Jackal.
Yeah.
And didn't it? Yeah, and then the jungle rig, it was reversed.
Yeah,
or
it was the jungle rig where it fell with
Yeah.
the legs kicking up.
Yeah.
I used to have
Yeah.
this hair jig that I tied that had pinchers on it, and
Yeah.
I used to get an insane it was like a stand-up jig, and it was set up like a standard jig,
Mm-hmm.
and I used to get the most insane, like the hardest bites you've ever felt on a jig,
Mm-hmm.
but the hookup ratio was awful,
That's crazy.
and
Wow.
you would get insane amounts of bites on it. It's because they were trying to peck the claws off.
Oh wow.
And I don't know why it was different than that from like a regular jig trailer,
Yeah.
but for whatever reason, that jig, they would always peck at the claws to try and remove, to get rid of them. And
Was
not
it because
actually
the
eat
claws
jig.
were too flowy, too much action? It was
Maybe
just
so,
like,
that they were moving too much.
and it was supernatural looking. So they
Mhm.
like a bass doesn't want to get bit, I imagine, right? Like, I mean,
No.
the famous tube experiment is one claw, no
Pop the
claws.
claws off and then eat the rest
Right.
of the good stuff.
That's right. Maybe that's what they're trying to do.
But I've never
You-
experienced that with a regular jig like I did that hair jig.
That's even weird. Well, I mean, so like, I mean, I don't know what your favorite trailer is, but does it have natural looking claws?
Super chunk.
Not really,
That's
then.
like a V,
Yeah,
but
it
it's
looks
not like
it could
doesn't
be
have
a
the
it could be a
pinchers.
fish tail, or it could be crawfish pinchers. It could be a lot of things.
Yeah, maybe that's why they weren't worried about that thing that didn't look like a natural.
Yeah, they
Then
didn't
you
really
got
know
this-
exactly what it was.
Then you got this hairy thing. It's like, oh, I'm gonna bite your ass.
Yeah, I think
They're
that might have been what it was, that they were like, this is an actual crawfish, maybe.
That's what I'm saying. It had such a real natural flow and look to it in the water that they're going, I got to take care of them. I got to take care of them first.
But what about
So-
that? What about those old? What was that, Madman crawl?
Oh yeah, what is that thing?
Well, I always heard those things were like insanely hard to hook a fish on.
We had a similar experience.
So
Remember, Travis?
I think it's like the same concept, that like if you get too real, your strike ratio goes down because they're like trying to pick it apart like an actual crawfish.
Here's what I can tell you about that. I bed fished with Scooter one time, and we were in a derby, and I put a realistic crawl like the Castaic crawl on a stand-up shaky head. We could not trigger that fish until I threw that realistic crawl into the bed, and that fish came from 3 feet away because we had aggravated it so much it left the nest. But it charged in when it saw the real-looking crawl, but the fish ate the claw. I swung and missed 3 or 4 times until there were no claws left, pitched it and caught the fish.
All right, riddle me this, Eric.
Tell me.
You're going down the bank, pitching your chigger crawl.
Yeah.
You
And that
catch,
thing's going. brrrr.
yeah, you pull one of those claws off, you don't catch shit though.
That's a fact.
You're not going to
Because-
get fucking bit on a one-clawed chigger crawl, dude.
What if I? Does
I mean,
that
you
make
might,
the case
but-
for the damn tube?
What?
Does it make the case for just sticking? with the tube?
Listen, I think what we need to do is get a realistic crawl. We need to take the claws off, 1 or 2. Why are you laughing?
No. All right. So make a realistic crawl, but don't
Get
make
one.
it with claws.
And take a claw off and then take 2 off. Now they do. I just saw a new company made a plastic bait that's just the outline of a crayfish without the claws. Have you seen that?
No.
Mm-mm.
Okay, that just came across my feed within this week.
Isn't that
A well-known company from Japan?
Isn't that like a Ned rig? Just make it fatter?
Or that what's that big scat?
Oh, yeah, the
cover
third.
scat.
Cover scat type of theory.
Yeah.
I think they're on to something there. I think we need to start throwing that more. I think we got to stop doing the same shit over and over again. I'm speaking out loud about myself right now.
I mean, you're speaking my language, bro.
I need to step up.
Look back here.
This is dumb.
I
should have been taking my claws off, dude.
Yeah.
You would have if you were like 17 again, because like I feel like that's like a beautiful period of your life where like anything is possible and you'll try anything and nothing's stupid, and like, but now you're so like everybody's so set in their ways. It's like I'm not gonna do that shit.
That joker right there, that's a packer crawl, dude, with that double steel zoom rattling it.
All right, if we went fishing, if we went fishing, and your confidence with that rig right now is very high, correct?
This is the packer crawl, not the packer crawl junior. I'd be throwing the junior. It's the full size packer.
Whatever you prefer.
Junior for bites.
Okay. If I took one of those crawls off, if I took one of those legs off, what would your confidence level go to?
I would probably put another one on. Because everybody's been, you've thrown your swim jig, you got your double paddles going, and then it just doesn't work. It's off balance.
But it's not it's not a theory. Like that shit doesn't work. I don't feel like.
I don't know, man. I don't know.
Bottom crawling bait.
You know what I would really like to do is take both claws of this. Like, do this. Cut the part that looks like, okay, that's the part that bites the bass. What if
I know where you're going there.
Like
you need a realistic body then. You if you're gonna take the claws off, you need a crayfish plastic that's like legit then.
You mean like
maybe
more like the slobster. All right, hold on.
Maybe.
Hold on.
I'm talking more lifelike.
No, I know. I got.
I'm talking a Nikko, a Tackle HD, a
Huddleston crawl.
Huddleston.
TK, you got a Huddleston crawl? I got them right here. Hold on. Let's look at the Huddleston crawl because it doesn't get much more real than that. It's like a real crayfish made out of soft plastic. I got it right here, Travis. Hold the phone. Hold the phone.
I'm waiting.
Don't hang up.
I polished off my black cherry, and it's the last one I got.
All right, look. It doesn't get any more real than that right there. I'm not going to open this pack because I'm hanging it up. It's like I got real crawfish in the bag, dude.
True.
Everything's correct. That is a real straight up crawfish right there.
Then we need to take the pinchers off.
Right.
We need to put a little bit of
juju sauce.
Yeah.
So are you thinking that if we threw that, like, look at that crawl and just cut the pinchers off, it would just absolutely slay the smallmouth?
Man, I honestly probably shouldn't be talking about this right now on the live.
Then why not try it?
It's probably going to be that good.
Look, man, Dennis the Metis from Huddleston is digging my everlasting drop shotter. I got some potential trades coming up. And so I'll just ask for like a good bag of these and we'll do it.
Mm-hmm.
You want to try it? I mean, because you could really throw a net in there.
Absolutely.
Yeah, the Huddlebug, bro. Look.
Mm-hmm.
It don't. No shit. What kind of color is that, TK?
Oh, I got custom colors, bro.
Dude, how you do that, man? Have you thrown one of those on the Delta? Good God Almighty.
Sure.
Manson, can you do some damage with that thing?
He's saying if you cut
the
claws off that, TK, and put a dead head on it.
You think these two need to be removed or all of them?
No, just the two.
Just the claws. Just the claws.
Just the ones that do damage.
That's the one he's saying.
Now, but I'm going to be honest with you. I don't. It's not like I do this every day, but the times I would go crayfish hunting, it was rare to find one that wasn't normal.
Didn't have a claw missing. What you're saying?
Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Why is that?
I mean, that actually looks pretty good.
Let's see, TK. Oh, you took it off. I mean, that looks freaking. They should eat the hell out of that.
Yeah.
It is a defenseless crawfish. High protein, high value. Travis.
Yeah.
Did we just crack the code?
I think we're pretty close right now, bud.
All I'm saying is why wouldn't we do that the next time we're up there? You're throwing your yoga pants. You know, I'm standing up front. You're going, okay, I'm going to cast. You cast.
You
there,
could make a
try to
point
get at
that
the same time.
You could make a point that yes, where I fish a small Ned rig does look like a goby just darting on the bottom.
Sure.
But you could also make it a point that perhaps it's a crayfish darting on the bottom, and they don't think twice.
Right. I mean, how do you test it though? Because like you fish where it's goby heavy. So
no,
really...
there's plenty of crayfish in certain areas.
Okay, so what I'm saying is we'd have to go to a place that maybe, all right, so what lake do you fish that does not have gobies? Where the smallmouth are cued into
No. I
crayfish.
can take you to places on Ontario where it's probably a high percentage of crayfish that they're eating as well.
And that's what I would like to test. And like
sure.
throw the yoga, like your confidence bait on the TRD against the huddle bug, clawless, same weight, same line size.
Oh, I'd love to see a nice drift, the same drift doing that.
That'd be cool.
I'm on one side, you're on the other.
Yeah, right. That'd be really cool, Travis.
Do you throw any hard bait ever to mimic a goby?
Great question.
No.
Not, you don't have one goby imitating hard bait in your entire collection of.
No, because
my
crankbaits will all be shad or alewife imitations. Not really. I'm not saying I should.
The gobies live very near the bottom and they don't vary from that.
I know it would work. I absolutely would work. Probably better.
That's one of the requests that I get once every like 7 years.
Sure.
What about a sinking crankbait?
Sinking? Oh, funny you say that.
Funny I say it.
So this bait.
Oh, Joe Weber says jigging wrap. He's got a good point. So a jigging wrap or some sort of bait like that, I definitely would have a goby pattern one.
Interesting. I'm talking about a crankbait that sinks. MJ, I'm making that crankbait sink.
Or like, what about like a spy bait? That'd be kind of cool.
Oh, I think they make it.
A goby spy bait?
100% they painted a goby.
That's another. Yeah, I didn't even think of that. Yep. Now
they had a special run of those.
I don't.
Travis,
I do not.
goby.
Yeah.
Or
that's probably the least. Oh shit. Jig and wrap. Or rip and wrap. Definitely have goby rip and wraps.
Okay.
Yep. Interesting.
Well, it answers the question, TK. There it is.
Oh, but you were talking about sinking baits. My favorite Rapala DT6. I had everybody's got, if you've got a bait that you like, you have the one. You've got all your extras, but when you look in your box, the one. And I was the last time I fished the one. I was like, I had caught some fish on it, and I was trolling up the bank, and you're just sitting there going to wherever you're going, and you're dicking off, and you like let your bait swim beside the boat, and you're like watching it swim. I was doing that, and I hit free spool to like give it a little more line to watch it, I guess, swim more. And when I did, that son of a bitch just like went to the bottom.
And that was the bait.
Yeah. Well, it didn't float.
Well, here's what I can tell you.
I was like, damn, this whole time that I've been throwing this thing, I was thinking it was a floater, but turns out it's not. It sinks.
Really?
Which really tripped me out. Then I didn't like it anymore. It wasn't my favorite.
It ain't a proper bait, but one of the best practices I ever had with Scooter, we were throwing sinking DT6s unbeknownst to us.
Yeah, it's something about the DT6s.
Not exactly. I had the grandson of the guy that created the little Earl That company's been sold, I
Mhm.
believe. And I got to talk to him because I was a fan of the Little Earl. And he says, I know it's going to be hard for you to hear this and believe me, but you really have to commit and try the sinking bait. You will thank me. And I think the fear for all of the crankbait dudes out there, if the bait sinks and I snag, I definitely ain't getting it back. You know what I mean?
Floating out.
It's not floating out, but if it's derby time, that's another thing I'd like to experiment with. You certainly don't have to worry about getting it to depth. It is hardcore on the bottom. I don't know, man. And getting a little bait to depth, like I'm sure TK you've heard of this, and look, I've never thrown one. The specialty tackle Junior D. It's like I read about that bait for years and years. Like people were like hanking on that bait, like loving it, you know. And then they stopped making it. And Skinny Bear brought it back out, like it looked like a carbon copy of the Junior D.
Mm-hmm.
But it was a small crankbait, and it was not a sinker. But I think the Skinny Bear ones are sinkers. If somebody knows about this bait, sign off, or sound off. I don't know, man. I think there's something to it.
What about
You're telling me? I just want to finish. Let me land the plane. So your favorite DT6 was a sinker. You didn't know it. We had in a different state, me and Scooter, incredible days, and then we also had the same experience. Going, well, these suck. It was no longer our favorites. Like we're putting those back because during the day it started sinking even faster.
Oh yeah,
like it was maybe a slow sinker. Maybe I was throwing a suspender and then it got waterlogged because there's something wrong with the finish on it. I guess that was what your experience was. And then they started sinking like a stone. So I don't know, bro.
I just don't know. My problem with it is I don't know what they're doing. Like, you know what I mean? If it sinks, when I throw it out there and start reeling it in, I don't really know what it's doing. Like Manson could tell you with like live scope what it's doing, but like, I don't have a clue.
Well, maybe that's what you're doing. You're seeing a group of smallies out there. You're throwing a sinking crankbait to them. That thing's digging and skirting and popping around. I don't think you can get that. Spy bait's not going to do that. A rip and wrap is coming off the bottom hard, so maybe they want that action. But is there any bait, Travis, that we're talking about, or if you've talked about that you use for smallies that is Goby imitating, that's down there with a bill digging around and doing this?
No. I'm trying to find, there's a custom Goby.
I'm talking 20, 30, 40 feet.
Right.
New product.
Right.
TK? Am I crazy?
I don't think so. And people lose a shit ton of them, dude. It's brilliant.
But they're losing a shit ton of $6 jigs, fucking dragging them around, rocky shit like that.
Man.
If I could throw a $6 plastic freaking crankbait that's doing the work, that's small, that's a fucking sinker.
And blade baits and everything else. Who cares?
Yeah, dude. I mean, literally, it's a jig. I mean, pick your poison. You're getting your shit snagged out of you. The cheapest thing to throw is a lead head with a piece of plastic on the back. But if you're throwing a jig and you got the trailer on the bottom, a football jig, you're fucking getting, you're popping 10 of those.
When I was trying to get geared up to go to Kentucky Lake back in the my younger days.
Yeah.
I was trying to think of something kind of out of the ordinary to bring up there to fish with. Or pressured fish, and I got really, really deep into the Lure Jensen Deep Little Secret.
Right there.
So it's a little bitty size body, but a monster bill.
It's giant. Now, let me see if I can pull one out. I think I got it right here. Yeah, I got it. I think I got it, TK.
And of course, they were discontinued.
Would you like to have that bait back? Oh, I just dropped 2 crankbaits.
No, I've got a bunch of them in the pack that I bought at the time. Is that the little secret?
Yeah, I think so. It's little. That thing is tiny, man.
It looks kind of big.
No, man. Let me hold it up to what bait do you want to see it against? Like a wiggle wart. A wiggle wart. It's about the size of a wiggle wart body.
Yeah.
It looks bigger than it is. It is small. That's small. That's like one of the smallest size speed traps.
Yeah, but that thing was supposed to get to like what, 18 or something?
Something like crazy, man. Look at that lip. I mean, you got to give him credit. Lure Jensen had some crazy ass lips. I've never seen a lip like that.
Hadn't been ripped off since.
Isn't that weird? Why?
I got
because they sold like shit.
Was it just not the deal?
I think Wardens and Lord Jensen and all that kind of stuff, they were all too. The world wasn't ready for them yet.
Yeah, you're right. They were baits ahead of their time.
They look too funky.
They look too funky. That's the truth. Odd lip.
I always thought they were beautiful designs, but they were, like I said, the industry wasn't ready for them yet.
I agree, TK, because I mean that's the whole concept behind that Junior D, to get a small crankbait deep.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? And people were talking about the dark sleeper, and I agree with you guys, dark sleeper for sure. But there's something about a crankbait when it's digging bottom and doing this. The dark sleeper tracks straight, right? This bait is going to be deflecting and has action that triggers, right? The dark sleeper, sure, it's a great imitator, but there's something about a crankbait that can trigger the biggest fish in the school. I don't know what it is, but I think you guys would agree that if you're a cranker, you know what I'm talking about. If you're not a cranker, you don't know what I'm talking about. Who believes that sometimes the biggest fish are caught on crankbaits in the right season? Sound off. Jigs. In the reset hole. Where are we? I don't know.
Mine's different, Eric.
Show me.
My bill is way bigger.
Show me.
1/4 ounce dives to 15 to 17.
Here's the goddamn bait. Oh yeah, you definitely had the longer bill, no doubt. Yeah, TK, that was not the bill I just showed for sure.
But look at all this shit on this bill, dude.
That's crazy.
It's got a hole
for resistance. What?
and then it's got this lift stair step on the front.
Good Lord, what is that?
I'm telling you, dude, there was some engineering went into this shit.
That's you I think you just said that the best. That was a crankbait before its time. People were not ready for that.
No, it didn't make any sense. Who designed it?
Oh my God, what was his name?
Tom Seward. Shout out to Tom Seward. Unfortunately, Tom, you were ahead of your time, bro.
That's the truth, man.
But that thing is a monster, bro.
Did you ever throw it like when you were down in deeper diving lakes, like like the tournament you were talking about, you couldn't get your bait to depth, or just you looked at it too, and you were like, I
actually, no, I didn't have to. Was the deal? I got up there and like a big bomber worked and a big strike king worked, and I never found where like it was necessary.
Man, that's
a fire, boys.
That is a fire. Hey there, fire there. That's good practice for what's coming, Travis. But you're not going to have that nice wood burner at your fingertips. Have you tried to make a fire with a piece of string and two sticks?
We got enough wood to last a little while here, but
oh, you're right. You're preppers. I know you're preppers. Do they still have that gas that you had?
Yeah.
Thank you, Darius. I had the Hot Lips Express, TK.
It comes. It says on the package that it comes with a free tech sheet.
Get that thing out. We need to read about it.
Oh, here's an interesting tip that happened to stumble on.
Amy says it's a lure with a built-in bottle opener. She's repeating what somebody said on the stream.
It suspends.
Oh, hello. TK?
Both deep secret models are designed to very slow rise or suspend when you stop it. The stop and hover function is deadly anywhere along the line of retrieve after you touch bottom. Keep those hooks sharp because the fish will inhale a stationary deep secret. Point your rod at the lure and let it sit still for a second or two, then sweep it away.
That's a fact, dude. I'm all about a suspending crankbait. I have scored big suspending my crankbaits.
But the last statement, then sweep it away.
Nice, Travis.
What was that?
I don't know. I'm not the antique guy.
That looks like it came out of the fungin.
It's a creek chub.
Oh,
there you
I
go.
don't know. I'm guessing.
It's a nice woody.
Oh, there's my high school picture, guys.
Oh God, we got to see that.
What a stud. Slayer.
Oh, do you want to see a middle school picture?
Oh, for sure. Well, he was kind of growing into his body there.
Growing into his body.
Oh God.
Were you the tallest kid in the class, Travis?
I don't think so, bud.
Okay, just checking.
All right.
They recommend 8 to 10 pound test premium mono.
Nice,
Oh,
man.
dude, this is even more high tech.
Tell me. 8 to 10 pound. Wow.
Or braid.
Oh my God. That
He's
David
recommending
Fritz.
cranking with braid and like
Back then.
yeah.
And David Fritz swore by it for a while. I don't know if he's still doing it.
No, like they would have called you an asshole back then if you cranked with braid, but now here we are 30 years later, they're like, oh, it's good.
Mm-hmm.
See, nobody knows what the fuck's going on.
Isn't that crazy?
Like it's so stupid. Everybody's like, oh, do this, and then like 15 years later, they're like, don't do that.
Yeah, and then they're like, that was a great idea.
Yeah.
It's the new thing.
After Lord Jensen is,
out of business.
Feet under. Yeah. Everybody's like, man, they were so smart.
That's the kind of stuff I want to take up there, Travis. 18 feet, man. Get that thing down, throw it on like 5 pound braid, man. Just lose a few. Who cares? But see if those smallies like, holy, Travis got another one.
Right.
Got another one. Got another one. Sinking crankbaits, little crankbaits. Paint that thing in Gobi. Send it out to us, TK. We need them. How many you got?
2.
Okay, I'll take 2 Gobi patterns and call us in the morning.
That
you
one,
ain't throwing them.
this one could actually pass for a goby.
Let's see. Yeah. I mean, a little more tannish, but
I mean, it's just like dark and broken up and kind of.
You're right. I can fix that with some.
It would
Sally
probably be a blur.
True. I like to know how fast you can crank that thing. Like, how fast can you crank it?
It's probably in the tech sheet.
Yeah, that's so crazy. The tech sheet, a crankbait with a tech sheet. Right now, it's just you get nothing. It's just the package. Remember, like the old crankbaits with
like people would actually sit down and like get. I mean, to me, that's valuable. When you don't know shit about shit, you get a crankbait and it's got a tech sheet. It's like, oh, let me sit down and educate myself on this thing and like, suck a little knowledge out of Lure Jensen.
Yep. Robert Linson from the West Coast just sent me the Brush Baby, Hot Lips Express. There he goes. There's the Deep Secret and a rainbow trout color, no less. Boom. Oh, and the Crystal Crawl too. They have some good colors, man.
Look at the size difference.
Oh yeah, it's crazy big compared
to the Hot Lips.
Yep.
Isn't that what
man. You can burn it.
Throw that
you can burn it. He said you can burn it, man.
Huh?
He says you can burn it.
You can? The Deep Secret?
That's what he said. I mean, I think he's still talking about Dustin. Are you still talking about the Deep Secret?
Does anybody keep this in the rotation?
Man, I'd love to hear that.
And like at present day?
Hey, TK, it's called the Deep Secret for a reason.
It's a fucking secret.
Travis would call it the Deep State Secret lure.
That's gonna be Manson's model.
The DSS.
The Deep State Secret would be the baddest ass crankbait on the planet.
We gotta make it, TK. Come on, Travis. Bring that lure out.
Manson, you want a suspending, sinking goby deep diver?
The DSS.
Yeah, I do.
Yeah. You don't even have to fish it.
Right.
I will.
I'll throw that shit. No, he'll fish it for 1 minute and then throw that god dang Ned, and I'll be throwing it. He goes, you caught one on it? What is that, a rotary phone? You guys want to see some antique technology? Travis, it's Deep State Secret Lures. We want to sponsor you.
Right.
Before the reset. So we need to get busy on the prototype, and we got to do the prototype now.
Yeah, it'll be stolen soon.
Exactly.
They're listening.
We got eyeballs, man. Eyeballs on the scene right now.
They're listening.
Oh, that's funny, man. That's good stuff. TK, thank you for bringing that out. That was thoroughly enjoyable.
Yeah, those are those are just one of those like oddities that slips through the cracks over the years that I don't think a lot of people understand or like really saw a place for.
Yeah.
But you know, I was just looking for something to generate a pressured bite deep that wasn't this long.
Yeah.
And that was literally the only thing that made sense, or
Yeah.
that like filled that gap.
There was the Rapala deep down secret, but it was a little bit bigger.
Did it get to 17?
I think it did. They said 20. Travis, you knew that bait.
Wood bait?
Yeah, for sure.
Some would say wood doesn't perform at 17.
They would say that, but if any would, it would be a Rapala. Here it is. Excuse me.
Yeah.
Hold, please. Hold, please. I got it. Travis challenged me one time to find it, and I found it. I found it again.
8 live shows too late, Eric.
Nah, no, I sent you pictures the next day.
No.
There it is. There it is, bro.
Yeah,
no.
Yeah.
TK.
Yeah.
That's a long ass bill, bro.
You think that thing will hit 18, 17?
That's what they say, man. This is one of the ones I bought for the spoils up north on the Bro Tomac. Interesting lip shape.
Travis, we need a Mythbusters with the scope on this shit.
Damn right.
I'm saying no.
I'm throwing it on 5-pound braid and saying yay.
5-pound braid.
I ain't scared. Yeah, I mean, you got to tell me what kind of line I can throw it on.
You gotta use something that was available when that bait was produced.
8-pound test. I mean, that's what the deep down secret said to throw it on, right? 8 to 10 to 12. It was on the tech sheet, right?
I think it said 10 to 12.
No, I mean, there are guys out there that throw the freaking giant baits.
Oh, it says line. We recommend 8 to 10 pound test premium mono or round high tech braided line in 6-pound diameter.
No, that's what I'm.
That's
what I'm
over
throwing.
12 have a dramatic effect on the crankbait depth control.
Then that's what I'm throwing on 6-pound round braid.
There you go.
I'm getting the depth.
Shout out Cortland.
That's so crazy, man. That's fascinating stuff right there. What else do we got to show and tell tonight? Anything?
Oh man,
tons of shit, dude. I got the foot long burns.
Look at that thing, man. That's crazy.
That's the burns deep secret.
Dude, I read about that bait on Tackle Tour in the crankbait forum. A guy named String Jam was the senior angler at the time, and he was the guy that was always talking about Marty Burns. And Marty Burns would go, I'm working on a balsa bait to get to 20.
This is from that era.
I know it is.
Look, I even triple dotted
holy
the eyes.
shit.
Damn, that's crazy. Wait, whoa. You got to get closer. I see the black. I see the yellow. Is there white? Oh, I see a little white.
It's like silver or white pearl. It's gold, silver, and then black.
Well, how come I'm only getting a double dotted eye, bro?
I was young and dumb.
Oh, man, that took a lot of work, I bet. That's 3. You got to dry 3 things.
Yeah, and I was painting one bait at a time, so.
Yep.
You can do dumb shit like that.
Kyle Downey says, how deep does that popsicle stick bill get down to?
Burns says 20.
20. There's your 20-foot balsa bait.
I think 18, 20.
Man,
that's not the biggest bill when he sent me.
What? That lip had to flex like crazy, though.
You would think.
That's a long micarta bill.
People who triple dot are sociopaths. I would agree.
Are sociopaths. That is.
I think another bait that falls into that super niche kind of area, like the deep secret, is the suspending rattle trap. I don't think people understand it.
I definitely don't, but I feel like I want to.
I agree.
The best bite I ever got on with a suspending rattle trap was on schooling fish.
Oh.
In timber.
Oh.
In fire tiger.
What?
It was weird. Cordell suspending spot. Couldn't tell you why I was throwing it, but Just happen to have it tied on. But that's like I said, that's the kind of dumb stuff you do when you're 17.
Dude, I mean, there's a lot of dumb stuff in this room. All sorts of ideas, all sorts of dreams, and trying to figure out problems and, situations, and deep fish up north in the Potomac, and you could see them on your 2D and bait balls, and you couldn't catch them. So you throw the spoonbill rebel, and you catch a couple, and then you lose it, and you're going, fuck that. Interesting, man. You know why, man?
I'm trying to look at any other oddities in the.
I mean, more odd than the Dorito chipped edible lip crankbait. I mean, come on. How are you gonna top that tonight?
You're not.
Yeah, now you're
mind
gonna
blowing.
I don't think that's going to happen.
TK's gonna have nightmares about it. We lost him. He hit the computer and he's out.
What happened?
I don't know. You hit something and you had the little swirly thing going.
Yep.
You're back. What do you got there?
I apologize.
No, it's okay. Doing a fine job from Wisco tonight, man.
Thank you.
Yeah, no problem. Cod fishing all the way from Australia is on the stream.
It's about time. Cod's been he pops in every once in a while.
Andy says, if I go ice fishing, get a float suit and emergency ice pick necklace. Okay.
That's right.
I don't think I'm going ice fishing. I'll walk along a dry stream bank that's really easy and catch a steelhead. That's what I want to do.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
So I guess there is a few companies still making the Red Zone was the rattle trap one.
That's correct.
And then Cordell made a suspending. The only reason let me tell you why I had that damn.
Tell me why you bought it.
Why I bought it?
Yeah.
I bought it on accident.
Why?
I bought it because I thought it was a sinking one.
Oh.
But I liked the fluorescent red eyes that they put in the suspending version because I thought they looked better with the chartreuse.
Yeah.
But I only bought it because Tim Horton won on the Potomac on that rock pile.
Yeah.
In like 99 or 98 or whatever it was when he won Angler of the Year.
Yeah, Horton's rock pile.
His freshman year.
That was the Potomac?
Was he throwing the suspending?
No, I think he was throwing the regular one.
Oh, yeah.
But I thought I was buying that one.
Oh, gosh.
And I thought it just had like different eyes. And I was like, oh, I'll buy this red-eyed one because it looks cooler.
That's funny.
It was indeed the suspending model. But Tim Horton got me on that one.
That's crazy, man.
Yeah, I don't know. You just back then you'd see a guy with like you saw the tournament results and you'd see his like beat up spot and it's like I want one of those and I want it beat up.
That's right. Darius King asked if you have a new the Bomber 9A. You have any Bomber 9As in stock?
I don't, but I've actually painted a lot of them for certain guys in Texas.
It's very interesting. I only have like probably, I don't know, 6 or so, the old ones.
I actually didn't even know that bait existed until about 4 years ago.
It's crazy looking bait.
It's big. It's a lot of bait.
The 7A is pretty big too compared to a 6. It's a big step up, but I'll tell you that you get a bigger bite.
Yeah.
I think it holds true in almost all versions of crankbaits.
But I've never painted one for anybody outside of the state of Texas.
That's fascinating.
What's that? A 7A?
9A.
Ooh, 9A.
Or, yeah.
It's a lot.
Yeah.
Hell, Darius could probably tell us some old, which he's not a cranker, but I'm sure he's heard some good cranking tales from Kentucky Lake back in the day. I'd like to know some of the, deep guarded secrets of 20 years ago that nobody gives a shit about spilling now. Let's see here. I've probably got. There's a Bernsey a Risto wrap that he modified.
Holy moly. That is like the perfect shad-shaped lure.
Eric, is Dustin talking about that spot I showed you?
No.
I think he is.
No.
I think he is.
No.
I think he is.
I know Dustin is not talking about that spot.
I can read code. I'm not mad.
He's not. He is.
I'm not mad. I'm not mad.
He's not talking about that spot.
I'm not mad. I'm not going to bring it up again.
Hey, speaking of spots, is that Tim Horton rock pile? Is that still a player? Does it still hold fish?
It does. if the grass is right around it.
It's not like silted in or anything like that.
Mm-mm. No. Bitter's rock pile is a little bit different. It doesn't hold them like it used to because it's all about the grass that grows around. So like when Bitter's rock pile was really good, it was ringed by milfoil.
Mm.
If you guys want some good reading,
Expert skunk
and possum trapping.
And opossum trapping.
Your mom been sniping any coons out in the yard?
Just a lot of those big woodpeckers.
Big
Am I supposed to say that? Am I supposed to say that on live? Never mind.
I don't think so.
Sorry, Mom.
I don't think so.
We'll put her ass in jail yet.
I think the walleye shad wrap is a pretty good goby imitator.
Yeah.
For just a production paint color.
Or the smallmouth colored one.
Yeah, true. Oh, yeah. Very, very true. Very true. Very true. Very true.
What is it? What were you mentioned a comment. Oh, that rock. You were talking about that rock pile, the grass.
Yes.
It matters what type of grass is growing around it?
It just matters that there's grass around it. And if I could pick a grass, I'd rather have milfoil.
But it does need to have grass around it.
I have caught bass on that without grass. But when it has grass, a rock pile will get loaded. Like some of the best days I've had is, like if you find a hard spot ringed by milfoil. It could
when
be
do you think the last time you
sandy spot.
Timmy Horton's Angler of the Year Potomac rock pile?
Every year.
You fish it every year?
Why not?
I didn't know if it was that popular or if it was like just one of those things that you drove by and was like,
if you can find it. Yeah, I mean, I used to have to triangulate for Bitter's rock pile, and then they painted the house because there was one color house on the shore it was a yellow house.
Were there people angry that rock pile got shown on TV?
Very much so.
Were you angry?
No, sure.
Did you send hate mail to Bass Pro Shops? Attention, Tim Horton?
No. There you go. The young Manson turkey slayer. Father, mother, and son shoot turkeys. How? Let's see. I would keep going. Where's your mom? They don't even show your ma?
I guess she wasn't in the picture.
Well, that's kind of lame. Well, then now we're suspect. There will be an investigation.
They cut her out because she was holding up 2 woodpeckers.
That's right.
2 pileated woodpeckers.
She was standing on a manatee with 2 woodpeckers.
A Wisco manatee with a spear in its head and 2 pileated woodpeckers. The last 2 in the country.
Sorry, Mom, you're not in this one. You're not gonna make the paper this Sunday.
You gotta crop the lady with the manatee out. We cannot publish that. Okay, editor in chief, I got you. That would not be good for business. That's pretty good, man.
I miss newspapers, man.
I love them.
Well, I always wanted to be featured in one. Like, you wake up and like everybody reads the Sunday paper and you happen to be in it, but never. I think I made the Thomasville newspaper, never made the Mobile Press Register.
How about that? I made the local rag for beating Roland Martin, his 3-day wait, and a Bassmaster BP 150. That I outfished Roland over a 3-day stretch. I was the only. Yeah.
You won it?
Nope. Lost the fish to win, but I don't want to talk about that one because
what year was this?
It would have been, let's see, I can tell you right now because I've got it. 1996 BP Top 100 Brotomic River. Was in 4th place after day 1 after losing the fish that I needed to win. And
was your name on Bassmasters, the episode?
Probably would have been.
Because I feel like I've looked for that.
1996 BP Top 100 Charles County. I mean, being in 4th place, I mean, it should have been up there, right?
Let me pull out the book.
Yeah, do it.
See if I've got it.
That'd be cool. Got a book. That's crazy.
96, Megabucks, Richland Chambers, White Rock, Texas, Neely Henry, Minnetonka, Lake Gaston, Virginia, and the Potomac River.
Boom.
That would probably be it.
That was definitely it.
Lake Gaston, Minnetonka, and the Potomac River. I have to watch that.
Please do, and let me know what you see. Then I make the episode.
I figured since I've known you, I've probably watched that episode and would have remembered seeing your name.
I would hope so.
Hell, I feel like we probably watched it when you were here.
I hope we did.
I don't know.
Yeah, that was pretty weird, man. Ken McIntosh, and he got in 2 fights during the day. One with Joe Thomas right out of the gate because Joe was fishing his shit because we were in the 3rd flight. And he gave Joe Thomas the Yamamoto grubs, tossed him a handful, and said, Joe, give you these grubs, but don't get on my spot. We roll up to the spot, and Joe Thomas is on the spot. Fishburn's in there. It's in the Blue Plains. Oh my God, it's crazy, man.
He light his ass up.
He yelled as hard as he could at him, and it was like, I'm like, damn, is this what professional fishing is all about? He gave the guy the lures, and Ken was like leading, and I drop shotted, and I caught several, and Ken zeroed at that spot. He was so rattled after I caught those fish on a drop shot. In 96, I was drop shotting, Travis.
Yeah.
I don't know. With a Berkeley 4-inch blue fleck power worm. Might have just been purple. And I cut the tail so it wouldn't be curly because I thought you had to drop shot with a straight tail worm, not a curly tail worm. I was misguided, but I basically made a cut tail worm out of it, and it worked pretty damn good. Yep, threw a -1, drop shotted, and a Gary Yamamoto 3-inch grub in green pumpkin red, watermelon red, on an Oldham screw lock jig head. So I caught my limit every day. One of those 3 baits. -1 was probably the one that caught the most on. And you had to burn the -1 to get a bite when we were in Monkey Creek. I did throw a BDB too. Lost a 4-pounder on it. Bagley BDB.
You would have landed him if it was a killer bee.
That's probably a fact.
You know those little stupid ass hooks.
I had number 5 Gamakatsus on it, man. Bronze.
Really? And it ran?
So
you're talking about a bitty bee, not a honey bee.
A bitty bee.
Okay.
A bitty bee. Blackback silver foil, man.
Yeah,
Burn
bitty
that
bee, I
thing
think, will
out.
hold a little bigger hook.
Yeah, yeah.
I tried to upgrade the hooks to like put number 6s on a honeybee, and that thing just wouldn't even wiggle.
That's right. MJ says I need to get rid of the crankbaits. I'm a weenie working hard. Yeah, drop shot in 1996. I think I read it in what was that Northern Bass Supply, and it was the guy who did a lot of writing for them. He was sponsored by them. Jesus, Travis, I think you'd be more interested in this because I drop shot at 96.
I know your story, and I was going to ask you, is that company Northern Bass Supply? And just because I'm looking through some fun facts here, I want to share some pictures of my past.
That's awesome, man.
Okay, that's the future SmallmouthCrush there, bud.
That's so crazy, dude.
Manson, you know what I think you're about to find in one of those desk drawers is a
I'm
North American Fishing Club sticker.
Ooh.
Right.
Oh man.
The
Does anybody
metallic
have any
foil.
patches left? I had the vest with the patches, man. I was so proud of that thing. I don't know where that thing is gone.
Where's that at?
Gone.
Really?
Gone.
Why would you have gotten rid of it?
I don't know. I wish I had it.
Yeah, because you'd have to wear that on the Legendary Lakes tour.
Dude, I totally would. I'd rock that thing. I'd rock it.
That's a shame.
I know. I know. I'd take my Bass Boss tackle box, travel across that country. Yep. Man, I'd like to have that derby back, TK. Wish I knew now what I knew then.
Yeah.
Yep.
Manson, if I gave you live scope in the era of we'll give you 2000 to 2010, what percentage of the tournaments could you win?
Wow.
Just me only?
Yeah, if you're the only one that if I could just gift you from the future live scope and say, hey, go fucking kick ass.
Are you beating KVD?
Oh, he's smoking his ass, dude.
Yeah. I would say I'd be up there.
Yeah, I mean, I would think you would be Angler of the Year every year.
Yeah. If nobody else had it, yeah, that would be.
I mean, the only
wild.
time I think you'd get dicked around is somewhere like
a. Well, listen, I'm going to tell you guys something right now. I'm going to make a conscious effort this year to really to use perspective mode a lot more.
Interesting.
That's my goal for this coming season.
Tell us why.
If you get it set up right, and my next boat, I'll have the right setup for sure.
Not this boat?
The new boat, the one that's coming any day here.
That's what I meant. Okay, your next.
I do want to make a statement. I do still have my boat for sale.
Okay.
Just so you know.
I want to ask a question.
Anyone wants looking for a Camus, hit me up. No reasonable offers will be
denied.
Yeah.
I don't think you answered the question. Why do you want to learn perspective mode more? And if you don't want to share, it's fine. Save it for a VIP, but I'm just curious.
No, I think I want to I want to be able to, there's a lot of things you can do with it. You can, as far as just not being so specific on where that sonar unit's facing.
I've seen you use it. I've been with you on the boat.
Yes. But I want to get it dialed in even more and just use it more. And
you mean like clearer picture? Or are you talking about a clearer picture?
I want to get it dialed into a much better picture.
Okay.
To use it at different depths, which one of these mounts that I own should allow me to adjust to different depths once I learn it enough. But yeah, I do. I will use it more this year.
Hey, guys, can I ask you guys a question? I want to know if you want me and TK to bring this back. And I made a donation of $500 to the Aaron Martin's Family Fund. I think it's still open. I think the 500 was the top donation for a long time. And it was the Aaron's Morning Dawn Timber Tiger combo pack. And it was made and perfected by TK Stanley. I've never seen a Morning Dawn crankbait. Tell me what you guys think. If you're interested, maybe we'll do another.
Yeah.
round.
Can I say something?
Tell me, would you like it, Travis?
How about in a different style of a crankbait?
Well,
definitely the color pattern for sure.
TK?
Yeah, I don't like painting those. They're too weird shaped. I'm with Manson.
Okay, guys. Well, all right. I got a lot of thumbs up. Maybe we'll find another color pattern, maybe bait shape, maybe it'll be both. I don't know.
I've got another scope question.
Oh, do it. Keep going.
For Manson.
Mm-hmm.
Have you been to Florida and tried to scope under a hyacinth map?
No, but I know guys that do it.
It's possible.
Absolutely.
I didn't know if it was too cluttered or if you could see.
No, I know guys that do it.
That would interest me.
Is this TK Stanley potentially buying live scope to scope under?
No, but I think it would be awesome to be able to know what's swimming around under a damn hyacinth map.
So when you're looking at a hyacinth mat, how many are there that you would have to scope under before you found fish, do you think? Or you think they're under all of them?
I think there's
under all of them.
I think there's a lot of fish on those. I think that's one of the most, it depends on the, if it's getting a lot of pressure.
Yeah.
These fish, first of all, they know when that boat's coming, right? They can hear it. It's, I think on any mat type of thing.
Right.
Whether it be Tennessee River or Guntersville or whatever.
Yeah.
I think we pass up. That's why you have to flip, because it's not like, it's with every type of fishing. Like there's so many fish a lot of times where you're fishing and you're not catching them. You know that? Like you're catching 1 out of 30 that could potentially bite. I feel that happens a lot. It's not because guys are not around fish. We fish areas, take the Chesapeake. That's where they live.
Yeah.
There's tons of fish in those areas. But the catch to, the ratio isn't always that good on a lot of days.
Yeah.
And that's because of a lot of factors. One being they're just They're used to it. Feed. I mean, listen. Let's take this for example. I ice fished in my parents' pond. My parents' pond is not large. Okay, I drilled a shit ton of holes.
Oh shit!
We caught 3 fish.
So what's your point?
There's hundreds of fish in there.
Oh, okay. I got it.
You know what I mean?
And they can't hide.
There's nowhere else for them to go, and we caught 3.
What? Well, why so few?
I don't.
Did they get ice fished for a lot?
No, it's my parents' pond. Like nobody.
That's what I'm saying.
Last time I ice fished was 4 years ago there.
So they've been left alone. They're under the ice.
Sure.
Did you drill too many holes?
I don't know.
How many holes did you drill?
I don't know. 15.
Holy! How big's the pond?
It's not that big, mate. Not even half an acre.
Holy crap! That's a lot of holes.
Yeah.
Did you throw your camera down there, or did you not have it?
Nah, I didn't have it yet.
It's been fun to watch. Is it clear enough to
My
skim?
point is, nah. I mean, nah. Mm-hmm.
I got you.
Yeah, I would think a fish under a hyacinth mat could hide pretty good though, if they tuck up under it.
Doesn't the hyacinth have a little bit of root?
Yeah, it's
going
got
down in the water.
Stringy.
So are they kind of down under, but it would shoot through? And I mean, Travis, sorry to say people do it. So are they coming live scope and shoot through grass in 3 foot of water?
I mean, you're not going to shoot through it, but
I'm just
Not
wondering.
yet.
Is that the next level?
X-ray scope.
Yeah.
I think you'll have. I think where we're going is I truly feel you'll have some sort of. It might be a goggle.
What?
But you'll be able to see
Wearing a goggle?
the goggle. You'll be able to see exactly where you need to position your bait to fall on what image that is a fish on the sonar. I'm talking. This is probably 10 years from now.
I got you.
Or maybe you'll have just sunglasses or some sort of contact that you can put in that's going to say, okay, 30 yards this way, there's your dot that you can visually see like a GPS screen, like a grid over the lake. And then it references what image it's seeing. Like you can say, okay, I see that fish there. I want to cast to that. Show me, give me a dot in my eye coming off of the water where I need to pitch to.
Is that before or after I stab you in the head when you're wearing them goggles? With the spear for the manatee.
I don't know.
Because you can't see me sneaking up on you. TK, are you buying that shit?
What?
What he just said.
No, that's available. Hugely unappealing. because the next step is sitting your fat ass on your couch with a VR headset going.
Yeah.
That's where most people will be for sure.
But the difference is there will be like a nature machine installed in houses so you can feel what it's like to be outside instead of actually walking your lazy ass outside.
Well, to be perfectly honest with you,
I'm going to take a break to the restroom while you talk about the crazy world you're about to describe.
And then hurry back.
No insult not intended, but I have to go. All right.
Yeah, please do.
I can still hear you. I can still hear you though.
Oh.
I'll hear every word.
Okay.
But I won't be able to comment. Go ahead.
Okay, good. This would be a perfect opportunity to share with you guys something. So there's in my mind, in my reality, there's I'm 90% convinced, almost 100% convinced at this point that what you just described is actually what we're living in right now.
Okay, I've heard that.
Yeah. Yeah. Where we're originally from, we could be sitting there with our headsets on, and this whole life we're experiencing could literally be 30 minutes in our real world. Just think about that. We'll let the comments roll in.
So I guess the game ends when we die.
No, unfortunately, we're stuck in this construct for a little while yet, but eventually we'll be able to go back home, I believe.
And you take the headset off and you go, whew, that was wild.
Yeah, you talk to your buddies like, holy shit, was that a wild ride? They told us we think this is real, but I didn't think it would be that real.
Yeah.
Oh my God. We'd be talking about the fish we caught, all the shit we did, all the dumb shit we did in this life. And we'd be like, holy fuck. Because think about it. If you believe in the term, the heaven, let's say we were in heaven, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, according to people's beliefs about heaven, we can't experience pain or any of this stuff. We have to go somewhere in this body, in this avatar, to experience pain and suffering and life. Because if we are in a heaven state, you don't get to experience that anymore. Just throwing it out there.
You've been watching too many movies on Netflix, bro, because all of what you said has been written about.
All right.
I'm saying. Well, it sounds fantastic. It's just like
crack pipe.
All that stuff has been written about. It's been produced. It's been filmed.
Oh,
There's been actors acting out. Everything you just said. It's fantastic, though. I mean, it is fantastic, right? Where they unplug the people. It's like, you haven't watched The Matrix and stuff like that?
No, I haven't.
Okay. Well, you just described a little bit of it.
Yeah, you'd probably enjoy The Matrix.
I think you would. Yeah, you should watch some stuff.
So I guess I should say disclaimer.
But
we sort of gravitated into the after hours, which we haven't had in a long time. So
that's true.
Why
true.
not?
I think the guy you listen to has watched The Matrix. Let me just say it that way.
Okay. I think you don't have
unless you dreamt all that up on your own.
I think you don't have a place to argue until you find out exactly where I'm getting my information from.
I'll be there before you.
Okay.
How's that for you? But you never know.
Oh man.
You never know. You never know. So riddle me this.
Westworld. Too much Westworld.
Oh man, I watched the Westworld I watched. I was playing football like as a kid. And that freaked me out. Yul Brynner as the cowboy. He did. There was an original. I think it was called Westworld.
Yeah.
I'm 60. Somebody help me out. But yeah, I think it was Yul Brynner, and he was the cowboy. And there was a malfunction in the gun, body temperature driven, and all that kind of stuff. And people ended up dying for real. It was wild, man. Freaked me out. Played a football game with the Hardys and went to the movies. Westworld. I'm like, what the fuck? Had me buying that shit, dude.
In better news, Travis gained 8 followers tonight, lost 48.
Gopher, I did watch that 2 days ago, and
yeah, Bo Jed, that's right. Yeah,
it's freaking me out still right now.
Slumpy Grumpy said, yeah, man, original Westworld scared him at a young age. Me too, bro. I was like kind of freaked out. I didn't see anything like that. As a kid, like what was the movie that most impacted you? I know, Travis, you don't watch movies, but if you did watch a movie when you were younger.
Big Adventure. I told you that many times.
All right.
You said Pee-wee's Big Adventure?
Yeah. TK, yes, he did. He did say that.
Yeah, there's no basement in the Alamo. He went all the way to Texas to find his bicycle.
What do you mean there's no basement in the Alamo?
I like the large bar. I like the large scene. Where the giant shark.
Dude, we used to watch
or
that.
He's making out with that girl up in the mouth of the dinosaur at that park.
Tell me about your big butt.
I like it when he knocked on Francis's door.
The fake hand.
I want to talk to Francis. Francis isn't here. Oh, really? Where are they hosing him down?
I love it, man.
Dude, we used to watch that when we were way too old to be watching that.
For sure.
Jack says Ernest Scared Stupid. Ernest Goes to Camp was probably one of my favorites too. TK, Ernest was just a good character. Like I liked all of Ernest's stuff.
Did any movie freak you out, TK, when you were young?
Yeah, multiple.
Okay.
The first one was Gremlins.
Oh yeah, man. That animatronics were incredible.
Gremlins were terrifying to me. And then my father used the Gremlins as a disciplinary action. If I was running my mouth or misbehaving, he'd say he saw Stripe in the bathroom.
Oh, dude!
And if I didn't like act up, he was gonna like open the bathroom door.
Yeah.
Fuck no, dude. I'd straighten my ass up quick.
Yeah. The Fly.
Gremlins was horrifying. After that, I went to a Christian elementary school and middle school, and they made us watch the Left Behind series.
No, what's that?
It was just about like the apocalypse and like rapture and all this shit, and it was hugely terrifying because all these like people were like disappearing and like all their families were crying. And I was like, this is awful.
Oh my gosh.
There's a lot of people in
That's
the
like
comments.
scared straight.
Everybody's
but it had like the opposite effect on me.
Yeah, you went the other way.
Well, especially because like my the lady, the nice lady that was teaching us Bible class got caught running around with little Johnny's dad on the field trip.
Oh my gosh.
I was like, oh, what a great example you are.
Pious and dang.
They're saying Jaws. I would say Jaws. I thought the water was the carpet, and I couldn't really step on the carpet ever for the next year or two after that movie.
Me and my brother played Flora's Lava for a while before that show came out, like when we were like 8 and 10. Exorcist for sure.
Never seen that.
I knew better. I knew better than watch that dumb shit. Like I wouldn't. Why would I want to like burn that into my mind?
Mm-hmm.
Dark Shadows, man. Twilight Zone was pretty freaky.
Hey, what was one? Let me ask you guys a couple of these because versus growing up, some of my favorite like shows on TV.
Yeah.
I remember begging my parents because they always wanted me to be in bed at 7.
Yeah.
But that show Elf came on at 7. Were you guys Elf fans? Elf?
No, I wasn't an Elf fan.
That Muppet thing or that?
The long brown schnoz.
Yeah, you know that?
I didn't like it.
No. Okay.
I want an Elf fan.
MacGyver.
Yeah, MacGyver's all right.
I didn't watch it.
Walker, Texas Ranger.
He was okay.
I might have watched an episode.
We watched weird shit. We watched like Labyrinth, Neverending Story, all the like.
Oh, love those movies.
Tour of Duty.
Was that a TV show or a movie?
It was a series.
I watched that. The Shining.
Wow.
The only thing I ever wanted to watch that I couldn't watch or I'd get in trouble for watching was Beavis and Butthead.
Totally watched The $6 Million Man.
And we'd stay up late so we could watch the intro to Silk Stockings.
What was that?
The show on USA?
Oh, yeah. Did you have to watch it on a fuzzy TV?
Yeah, you have to watch it through the fuzz.
Totally watch that.
We only had like 4 channels out here though growing up. So we never had cable.
You certainly watched some shit through the fuzz, bro. You're not fooling.
I remember when something came up when I was younger and I was like, holy frick.
What is that?
Yeah.
Times were tough back then.
And it never happened again. I like try to keep never
the next
again.
2 months, Manson's on the satellite going, which way does this thing fucking go? Travis, get off the roof.
Oh, Adam 12, Smallmouth Junkie. Holy moly. Yes. Oh, man. You can tell there's some older crowd in here, and there's the younger crowd, and the people in the middle. It's pretty cool, man.
Dude, the live action He-Man was really good. You had to watch it to the very end where Skeletor comes out of the goop.
Skeletor. There's a good series on Netflix right now. The toys that, there's one called The Movies That Made Us, and then The Toys That Made Us. And it's about a lot of those toy lines, and it gives a great history, man, how they came about. Really cool. Really cool stuff.
I remember Airwolf. Airwolf was good. The intro was badass.
Yeah.
With the helicopter.
Dang, man. Wayback Machine. When life was simpler.
Yeah. That's what I was talking to my nephew about. He's like 13. We're talking about, like girls and dating and stuff. And he's getting to that age. And I was like, dude, you've got it easy. Like everybody has cell phones now. You can call the little chick up or text her or whatever. And you can, you're good.
Yeah.
I said, my generation, to sound like an old dipshit, we had to go through the landline.
Yeah.
You pray Dad doesn't answer.
He's like, what is that?
Yeah. It's like, dude, I'd call and want to talk to, whatever. And you're like, hey, and then Dad's like, hello. Oh, fuck.
Yeah. And then you don't know if he really gave her the message. So you call again like 2 hours later.
What do you want again?
Oh my God.
No, she's still not home.
Yeah, she's still not home. Well, I don't
Hee-haw. Oh, Starsky and Hutch. Good night. This is good shit, man. Toxic Avenger. Bassmaster on TNN for sure.
I used to love Orlando Wilson for whatever reason.
I like any
Yeah.
fishing show. I didn't care what it was. If they were bass fishing, I was watching it.
Yeah, Orlando was great. I thought he had
Benny Hill.
I always thought he had the like his boat to me was the epitome of like what I wanted in a bass boat. He had
Wasn't it white?
Solid white, dude. There wasn't a stitch of any color on it.
You guys probably would I'm sure I've said this before, but Babe Winkleman for me. And then locally here in Wisconsin, there was a guy named Joe Bucher. He's still doing his thing.
He made
and
some
then
lures.
Then there was like a Tony Dean from like South Dakota.
Never saw him.
No.
Tony Dean. Was he a walleye guy?
Yeah, somewhat. A little bit, mostly walleye. Yeah, Tony Dean, man. He fished all those major reservoirs out there. He did some bass fishing too, I'm sure, but
yeah.
Very
cool.
I mean, surely growing up to you, the lenders were just
honestly,
wow.
They weren't, because again, we didn't have access to that really from the TV channels. The In Fisherman magazine definitely was. So it was Fishing Facts was one of my first fishing magazines. I believe that's what it was called. It had more of a shiny cover always, like a different, like we go to the grocery store shopping, and at that time they'd have one aisle would be all magazine racks, right? And you'd go in there, and I'd look at all the fishing stuff and try to.
Yeah, man.
I think I grabbed In Fisherman a few times. In Fisherman to me was so comprehensive. At that age, like
multi-species.
There was a lot of information in one In Fisherman back then.
Yeah, and it was like you said, it was multi-species. Like those guys covered everything.
Man, every species got respect. If it was game fish, they covered it. If it was panfish, they
caught like mega everything. It was insane, dude. Like they would captivate like a 12-year-old kid from Alabama that has only largemouth bass to catch, and they're up there catching huge walleye, and I'm just like glued to the screen going, these dudes are nuts.
Yeah.
And all their smallmouth they caught were just fucking specimens, dude.
Yeah.
Like they'd pull one up and it's like, dude, that is like the most picturesque smallmouth I've ever seen.
Hell yeah.
The lenders.
It was weird though for me because I didn't really get into bass fish till like 2006. Although I fished, it was always walleye. And I remember going down to Oshkosh on Lake Winnebago and watched. So this is probably 98. And I went there and I saw my first bass tournament, was like, not that I fished, that I went to was 98. And these guys, I remember like it was yesterday, like they had they still do today, but your weighing bag was clear, right? So they just brought these big golden smallmouth that I've never seen, like huge, as a 17, 18-year-old that was into fishing, but not necessarily bass, but then started learning more about bass fishing. And it was pretty crazy to see that, This is when Eric's putting the beat down on the Potomac back then. I was just getting into it,
That's crazy, man.
Those guys, man, I don't know. I'm sure I know some, like, I had no clue who anyone was back in the day, but it was a big deal even in the 90s, bass fishing tournaments.
Yeah. Man, but that was like some of the heyday stuff, wasn't it?
People forget. Yeah.
Wasn't that the heyday? Like 90s?
What are the boats like still? Was an 18 considered big with a 150?
Yeah, I think it was a 150 limit back then.
Yeah. But they were still sparkly back in the 90s.
Oh, hell yeah.
Yeah, I remember that.
Yeah, I think that was certainly the heyday of bass fishing. It was that era. Because you still, like, it was pre-internet for the most part. And
yes, true.
It was all word of mouth. And it was like, there was like, I think it was the mystique around it that like there was a hole out there that you could get on and you could damn kick ass, and you just had to find it. And it wasn't on a damn map, and you just had to know. But I think all that kind of is slowly disappearing.
Maybe. I don't know. I think it's getting more and more popular.
You think there's still a mystique around what's out there? Or yeah, I mean, everybody pretty much knows.
I feel bad for the people that don't.
Yeah.
No, like, I guess what I mean by that is like, I'd hate to put myself now in a situation like, I'm not afraid of it, but I just know what I have to do to figure it out. But if I go to a new body of water, man, I need a good week of freaking hard work to figure things out, to compete now. You know, I feel the same way, you know, when I feel bad for someone coming up to the Chesapeake or Lake Ontario that's never been there, you know.
Right.
But same way, if I go down where you fish, TK, you put me on one of them lakes in a championship, I'm like, these guys are years ahead of me. You know what I mean? Like, where do you start? So
it's pretty easy. You just need to learn how to. The only thing that I've always ever been curious about is like my only thing I feel like I really want to know is how to not knock my lower unit off my boat.
True.
Like just how to navigate. I think like down here, if you can navigate, you can find fish and do good, but you just need to be able to get there. What did I say? They had a late afternoon BTL show about it. What did we miss?
Oh, did they?
I don't know. I'm trying to play catch up.
Ah, yeah, I was just answering somebody on a text. You want to know who won the 96 BP Top 100 on the Pro? Dan Moorhead.
He won the tournament that you fished in fourth or whatever?
Yeah. Made that. I was in fourth after day one. I finished in 12.
Was he throwing a 1-?
You damn right.
And you said, never again.
Fire Tiger. No, I was sick to my stomach that he popped a genie out of the bottle. I was horrified.
How many of those you on?
I mean, holy crap, dude. I mean,
how many Dan Moorhead tournament winning 1- do you own?
I mean, you want me to get my 1- box out?
No, I'm just curious. Like, if after that you got heavy.
I already was heavy and Fire Tiger. I mean, that was my color. I didn't.
But after that, you had to like double up.
Well, Fire Tiger, Lemon Shad. Yeah, I mean, sure, I kept buying them. You know, but they were abundant. I mean, they were making them good, and there were plenty of them back then. So it wasn't like it was like, oh my God, they're going to sell out. You know, I mean, they did, but I was fine. I was stocked.
I thought I heard my first 1-.
Eric,
Yeah.
by the way, there's a new tournament trail on the Chesapeake this year.
What is it?
I don't know if you saw that. It's called Susquehanna Flats Tour or something.
Really?
Yep, I got the dates.
I
I can make all of them but one.
let's take a look.
Manson, you gonna miss that dump or no?
What's that?
You gonna miss that dump of the Chesapeake or no?
Man, no. The only time I'll ever go back is like if I decide to fish a regional BFL again or something, and you know, I doubt I'll be making the trip down there.
Dude,
No,
that's a shame.
listen,
It's been-
I
it's been
enjoy
nice for a
fishing
while.
it. I enjoy fishing it in March, April, May.
When it's
I
good.
do. Yeah. But I don't understand why it gets so. I don't know why there's 4 months out of the year where it's decent. And
Where
the
you know
rest-
they're there,
Yeah.
and there's big ones and they just won't bite.
Mm-hmm.
I think they're there.
You got to crack the code.
Somebody's got to crack the damn code.
And
dude.
they do. Listen, I'm
Yeah,
not afraid to
somebody does
fish.
every derby.
I am not afraid to fish a September tournament. I'd rather not, you know what I mean? Like if they put a championship there, I'm in, but you know, that's what I was going to ask Eric. I'm just throw this out there right now.
Yeah.
And you can tell me if you agree or not. I have a bunch of dates for the Chesapeake in March, April, and May.
Yeah.
And Eric, if you wanted to, we could talk on how it would work out, but I was going to throw it out there. And if any of you guys would be interested, and maybe if Eric agrees, we could do some guide trips where it's Eric and myself and a client, and I don't know how many we would do, but it would be at a little premium.
Yeah.
But I wanted to talk to you about that the other day, and I keep forgetting. I actually had it written down. So something to think about.
Might it'd be fun.
Yeah. One last
I mean,
know there's a lot
I'd love to meet
you know,
people. I love
it's going to be
people.
people that watch us and people in the area. I think they'd love to
Yeah.
to book someday. So we just have to, if there's something you want to do, we have to figure out what's going to work and what dates, and
Sure.
get them filled, you know.
Sure. The weekdays are obviously better. Weekends are out because I probably have a tournament.
We'll be
but, you
fishing
know.
tournaments. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. So yeah, we'll talk, man. It'd be fun.
Mhm.
I'd love to meet some people that, you know, are supporters, and I probably talk to, you know, on DMs and on the chat, but never met them face to face. You know, we've seen some people on the shore, run into them at a derby or something like that. But there's plenty of people that, you know, haven't met. Be awesome.
Eric,
There
for your troubles, you'll be greatly compensated with $50 gift card and 7 woodpecker breasts plucked and ready for consumption.
Oh my God.
Yeah, it'll be like this. Eric, can you call that guy? I forgot his number. I don't have it. I don't have time driving. Listen, I'm rigging the boat. Can you make sure you tell him we're going to meet him and stuff? And yeah, I'll be Manson's assistant. That's what Travis has got.
Oh,
I remember the first time he said, "Well, why can't you run the stream when I travel?" I'm like, "Motherfucker, I got like that behind the scenes."
Yes. Eric is frozen.
Yeah, he's all excited about that internet. My parents still run on dial-up right now, and we got better internet than what Eric has. It's ridiculous. Just 2 weeks ago, he's like, "Man, I got to test out this new internet, man. We got things dialed in over here." No,
Yeah, I forgot what he called it. It sounded impressive though.
I know. Oh yeah, he told me all about these boxes I need to buy. Yeah.
So he said, "Oh, I got the GigaNet." I'm like, "What the fuck is that?"
Right?
Welcome to AOL. Dude, AOL was the blast back in the day.
Was it?
You weren't on AOL Messenger?
Yeah, I guess I was. Yeah.
Of course you were, dude.
Yeah.
Everybody was. That's how you. Is he back?
What happened? You canceled me out there, bro.
No, bro, it's your internet that you're so proud of.
I don't think so.
Yeah, I know so.
You started spinning first.
No, Manson stayed strong.
We did.
No, you started spinning first. That's what I saw.
Oh, didn't AOL always go, "You got mail"?
Yeah, you got mail.
Exactly.
Yeah. You got mail.
That's right.
There's still some people with AOL accounts. My original email I still use today is a Yahoo account. You know,
if it works, why change it?
I still use an AOL one. For my
you
one.
do?
It's a pain migrating, changing.
True.
No doubt.
It goes back deep.
Yep.
2000 maybe.
Oh wow.
I went back and I was like reading emails from like college and like just like dumb shit. It's like it's embarrassing.
That's crazy. What's your temperature down there right now, TK?
I don't know, 60.
35 here.
35?
Yes, sir.
Ooh, no thanks.
I know.
I can go throw a buzzbait tomorrow.
That hurts me.
Oh shit! I gotta make another announcement, guys. Whoever's still listening. So if you are a VIP,
1/8 right there.
If you are a VIP member, I refunded everyone's money.
We want that quarter ounce
because we got some different changes, and we're going to talk about it on January, the last Monday in January, and we're gonna figure it out. It's gonna be a good thing for the viewers, more benefits, and actually be a little bit less. So I want to throw that out there in case you're curious why you got a refund from me. And then next week, Monday, we'll be doing a live from the dock in the Florida Keys. So I'll have my new light, underwater light going, and we'll have.
Who's our guest?
Just me. I'm gonna try to catch a big shark on the live.
Okay, gotcha. It's just
from the dock.
Just you or
you and me?
Oh,
we're gonna have cut bait. We're gonna have bloody bait. Cut up fish already. Chumming.
Crazy, man.
It's gonna be all fucking crazy, dude.
All right.
Good.
We're just gonna have a little conversation.
You ever the 1/8 ounce buzzbait I gave you?
No, they're hanging on the wall.
You gonna try them?
Oh yeah.
They're gonna score for
I actually like those old shitty hooks that are on them.
I know, dude.
They're good. They stick fish.
There is no doubt, man.
If you can get them sharp, which is their tragic flaw,
and you can.
That
What
son of
one
a
is
bitch,
that?
It's a little old secret buzzbait.
Yeah, if you get them sharp, fish don't come off of those. They've got giant barbs. They're strong. And like it's so dumb because like hook manufacturers are going back to that style hook.
They are.
They're like, oh, look at what we did.
What is that bend?
I don't know, but it grabs their ass.
It's more like it's more like what do you call this bend? Come on, everybody. Is it Seawash? No.
O'Shaughnessy?
Yes, thank you.
O'Shaughnessy.
So to me, that more mirrors an O'Shaughnessy bend. And I agree with you because of the steel on this hook, it is definitely easier to sharpen and you can resharpen it.
Yeah. But the barbs are gigantic, dude. And
but that means it's got a lot of hooking and holding power because once he gets to that barb, like you were saying, he ain't coming off.
And I think a lot of the way they manufacture hooks now, they have a hard time getting like a big barb.
Yeah. Oh, that's interesting. I didn't know that. That's a little.
Yeah, I think like Gamakatsu uses the size barb they do because however they manufacture them, they like it's harder for them to make a bigger barb.
Right.
Little
old school.
Guess what? I went fishing with my buddy Keith, like probably not this past weekend, but the weekend before.
Yeah.
Guess what the water temp was?
60.
63.
That's sick. I mean, that's crazy. They get spawned soon or what?
No, I think we might have something like have you heard guys talk about what goes on in Florida? Like it's like reversed.
Sure.
You know what I mean? Like the weather, like
the water
they have to wait for it to get cold.
Yeah. Yeah.
Oh yeah, true.
I think that's kind of like we deal with like a little bit of that here. It's very odd.
That's really you got to have a cold snap, and then
I think you have to have the stable. You're gonna have like you would have to have stable weather, right? You don't want it to dip too cold,
right?
So 46 in Florida
right now.
Good Lord, you're going into a cold front.
Let me fucking look at this. This is
better take your beanie with you.
I ain't going down there if it's 46.
Nah, you're going to the Keys, bro. You'll be fine.
I don't care.
What do you mean? La Nina. Bo Judd says it. Salty. Too many subscriptions.
That happened.
11. Where Kent Collins is in upstate New York. Feels like 6, TK. No, thank you. Still want to do that ice fishing thing?
I do, but just for a small, just for like a weekend.
I got you. Just once in your life. You're going to do that, I know.
Yeah, I want to find somewhere good and crusty. I got some recommendations here.
Oh, cool.
Rhinelander, Wisconsin.
Yeah.
Eel Pout Fest in Winnebago.
Eel Pout Snout Stash.
Eel Pout Snout.
The Brainer Ice Fishing Extravaganza. Ring a bell?
Nope.
You realize I won a contest for nicknaming Seth Fighter's mustache the Eel Pout Snout Stash. And the Ike Live crew voted the best, so I got the gift pack that night.
What did you win?
It was probably crankbaits and stuff. You know, generally crankbaits, and what are they? They're big. Who are their big sponsors? Rapala for sure. Probably Rapala Brat or two, and then it might have been some other stuff.
I want a Bash You contest on Facebook.
Tell me what you did to win.
I named a swim bait.
Do tell.
The jointed claw. It wasn't anything special.
Oh,
do they still have those shows?
Yeah,
but they're like in the middle of the day. They're weird time.
Bash U's in the middle of the day. Ike Live is on the weekend, generally speaking, or at night still. But Bash U is always now in the middle of the day. TK's right.
But I won a spy bait.
Oh. Duo Realis, right? Mm-hmm. Or was it a Spro?
It was a Duo Realis.
What flavor?
It's over here in a box.
He still got it.
Eric, I'm gonna
No,
be
I
fine. I
think-
land the day I land, it's 80 with a low of 72. Next day, it's
Right.
79 with a low of 72.
Sexy shad.
Yeah, that is.
77, 77, 80. What's the
Thread
wind?
fin shad, it's called.
Thread fin. Is that
But
the
if you
FX or
notice-
just regular?
It's missing an eyeball
Holy hell! Why?
because I had
Well,
to paint a bait for a guy.
There's a lot of fucking southeast
You
wind.
stole the eyeball.
He sent me 6 spy baits to paint. And when I was taking the eyeballs out, or I was going to put them back in, I dropped one on the floor
Oh my gosh!
and it disappeared. And I looked for it for like 20 minutes and I couldn't find it. And I was like, well, I'll just take one out of mine.
Oh my
Yep.
gosh, that's funny, man.
I've got a eyeless. I got all kinds of interesting stuff in here. Oh, here's your favorite color, Eric.
Show me. Damn right.
Mm.
Is that a 3?
That's a good one.
Is that a DB3?
Mm-mm.
Oh, I mean
That's
a
a
killer
good one.
B3. Is that a killer B3?
Might have been.
It is.
Man, I need. Can I get one of those?
We need about 4 of those, bud.
TK, can we do a little horse trading?
With
Huh?
that color.
2 for 1.
You
I
want
need
that
some,
color?
Eric, too. This is my last
I
year
want
there.
that color,
This is my last year there.
but I want to try the 3.
There's your little hot lips.
That is.
That's the one you were holding up.
I sure was. 46 in Sarasota. Man, crazy. Ooh.
Try Gordon. Is Try new?
Who?
Try.
Try Gordon. Are you new? I don't believe I've seen Try Gordon.
No. Is he from Florida?
He is. He says he's in Sarasota right now.
Well, does he live there?
Try Gordon. Do you live in Sarasota?
Weren't you talking about these, Eric?
I sure was.
It's a great skirt.
No question about it, man. Old school without the problem of old school.
You throw these?
I have a few. I'm a Team Daiwa fan in certain models. Certainly the super shallow Team Daiwa is a badass bait. If you can get them.
Oh, guys, we are probably going to do another
It's a
smallmouth
one
crush
knocker.
open. If we do, it's going to be July
Oh, I need to sell this.
16th. If we do.
Let's see that, TK. What you got?
Custom painted speed trap.
Oh, shit. Definitely sell that bitch.
No, take that out.
TK going through, he's finding some lightning.
Oh, this is the good right here, dude.
What do you got? Oh shit!
The
I
Oldham.
never even heard of it.
The Oldhams?
Oh, Oldham, that's a screw lock.
Yeah, it's the trailer hitch jig.
Damn right, dude. Bad little bitch.
That was the swim jig of all swim jigs.
Bring that thing back. The swim jig of all swim jigs. You heard it from Alabama.
Then you got 2.
Damn. Oh, listen to that knock, bro.
DD14.
Damn right. Butyrate with lead.
That's a badass bait.
Fucking right it is. Grind it.
I think that could be the sleeper of the whole Norman line.
A very interesting call. Very
That would probably be one of my death row baits.
right there. Nice.
DD14.
Damn, that's what I'm talking about.
I just brought that up last week.
Norman DD14.
Yeah.
Good bait.
I got a box, a 3600 deep full of them. Old ones. I don't know if it makes a difference or not. But.
I think so.
Probably. Quality
And I know where we can. I know where we can find about 1,000 more in the package, pre 1990.
Oh wow.
Okay.
If that would interest anyone.
What's the price per bait?
We almost should go to the shop, Eric, and talk to the guys.
Yeah.
Do we have to pay in wampum?
No. This is
Trinkets, beads.
this place ain't too far from my house.
I know. You've never taken me there.
No.
Damn it.
We
We need
probably
to get
should
him.
go.
We need to get him to the. Oh, look at this one.
What we need to do, Eric,
Who likes this color?
we need to get in there one last time.
Yeah. I know, man. Right before you leave.
Mhm.
Why was that color so?
Did they
sought
discontinue the DD4? Oh,
I hope not.
after? No.
no.
Mm-mm.
Okay.
Favorite
hope not.
water cranking bait right there. Oh, this is a good bat.
Say what?
I'm rooting.
What are you rooting for?
Rusty rooting. My
Yeah, I
cold
got
water. No.
I feel like Eric, you're rubbing off on me. I got shit hanging on top of shit on top of shit.
What can we do about it? Nothing.
Nothing.
Just let it flow.
Eric
It-
Try's
hey,
been here
guess what?
since the beginning.
Oh wow!
He
Damn.
just doesn't comment as much.
All right. Well, that's cool to see somebody new that's commenting or old that's commenting.
Yeah, we like that.
Oh, you like that bag right there?
What is that? You shook it too fast.
He does that.
It's the good ones.
Manatee
Manatee
steaks.
steaks.
Oh yeah,
Oh yeah, that's a good bait.
real
Mhm.
good.
Oh,
Best
yeah.
freaking pop art. Best pop art for smallmouth ever.
Oh wow!
And I'll say that. Maybe
High
because
praise.
that's the only one I throw, but
High praise. High praise. High
very.
praise from the master himself.
I custom painted myself one.
Damn you! Look at that.
It's got a tracer on the top,
Ooh, TK, the tracer. I love it.
transparent green pumpkin with blue bars.
Dude,
So this
that's
might be a dumb
ridiculous.
question, but
Mhm.
when you refer to as a tracer, is that so you can see it?
Yeah.
Okay. Shouldn't it be called like a indicator or
That's trout fishing.
I mean, you could.
Tracer's
a tracer?
cooler.
A tracer
Indi-
seems.
indicators like for trout fishing dudes.
I'd prefer if you could call it indicator from now
I
on.
mean, call it whatever you like.
Okay.
Mm.
I didn't even
Indicator.
think of that.
What?
So that Poppin' Image Junior, there's only a handful of colors they make.
Mm-hmm.
He'd be the guy to get it right,
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah, TK is the guy to get it right.
Because all I like that old school, it's got it's the shad pattern. And
The
then the
purple
one,
one?
kind of iridescent in it,
Mhm.
And then the one Eric showed, and then they make one in kind of like that frog color, they call it. Or to me, it's just like a fire tiger pattern, kind of.
Mm-hmm.
And then what else colors do they make?
Thread of fin shad.
That's about it.
Yeah, I have some more.
It's a great, when you really want to make a blue, like when it's dead calm.
Mm-hmm.
Oh my God.
It's a chugga.
Yeah, but it walks good too. It's crazy for its size. It walks exceptionally well.
And you can cast it pretty good. You put 17 mono on that.
Part
It's
of
like
the magic.
It's like a little bullet.
Part of the magic.
That's top. I have 4 lures that I just would hate to ever lose, and that's one of them.
Fantastic stuff.
I've talked about. I've showed you guys that one.
I like that talk, man. Yeah,
I don't feel like they must not have made very many of these because you don't see them a ton.
They are hard to find. I don't know why.
I think they made a ton of the big ass stupid looking one,
They did.
Mhm.
The big one.
but the little one they didn't. I don't feel like you see as regular. Or the what was that? Y'all ever throw the swimming image?
Yeah.
Mhm.
Yeah,
Not a fan of it.
no, that thing was a loser.
Yeah.
I
There
tried
was
to
some-
cut the bill off of one and make a spitting image, and then I realized it was weighted wrong. After I fucked up all these swimming images. So these things suck. Let me just turn this into a spitting image. Oh, that's what I was going to show you, Eric.
What?
The crankbait I reverse hacked.
Ooh. Now we're talking. Tell me about it. I like reverse hacking crankbaits. That's
the
new.
the coffin lip.
I can't wait to see that.
I don't know if I know where it is.
Really?
Here's an old bait I made.
Rattle trap style with what is going on with that with a spinner tail? That's pretty cool.
It's a fucking shad, dude.
That's a real shad, it looks like.
Yeah.
Would you skin one? It's very skinny. That's a
Yeah.
handmade bait. That's homemade.
So I said I made it.
That's a straight up homemade bait job right there.
Yeah.
What's the material it's made out of?
Resin.
Good Lord. When did you make that?
About a decade ago.
Damn, you're see, you're ahead of your time, bro. There ain't nothing else to say. And what was on your mind when you made that?
Big ass tail spinner.
Where would you be throwing a big ass tail spinner down in Bama?
Anywhere.
Really?
Mm-hmm.
Like how deep is the water that you're going to be throwing that in?
10.
10. So okay.
Huh?
I'm just trying to figure it out.
We'll talk later.
Okay. Do you see an application for a guy on the rivers that I fish?
Do I see an application for it?
Yeah.
For you?
Yeah.
No.
I just wondered.
Oh, certainly.
Travis, you're wrong.
Not
I'm wrong.
Not when you would typically think to throw it, though.
See, that's what we need to learn, Travis. These are all interesting thoughts. I just don't know who he's referring to.
Here's something there certainly is not an application for.
It looks like a bad horror show film.
It is.
What is that thing?
Is that
All right,
live
so-
target baits or what?
This predates that. This is where the shit came from.
No way.
So back in the day, there was a fad about painting the bait ball on the bait before the bait ball came out.
Get out.
So it was a fucking gold rush, dude.
What?
Like if you could paint little bitty fish on a bigger fish, you had the ability to print money.
You just said gold rush, dude.
It was.
Are you kidding me?
No, it was so stupid.
What year are we talking, bro?
I don't know, 2012, 14, 15, 16. I don't know, somewhere in
This is pre-live
target.
target, yeah.
Mm-hmm. And they weren't too shortly. They didn't come that too far after it, but it was around that time. But no, I would probably consider this the low point of my career.
Why?
If you could ever consider selling out, this would be it.
Why? TK, why?
Because it's
You hated it, but you did it for money.
It was a money grab.
Are you kidding me?
But it was also a challenge to put little fish on there.
Hold that thing up again.
This one I did different because everybody was doing bait fish, and I did miniature crawls on all the little. I did crawl marks on the little micro fish.
That's so crazy.
You recognize the blank? It's a Shimano bait.
Yeah, that's the thunder. What do you call it? The deep, not the router. The louder? No.
Oh, look at this one. This one.
Oh, that's the woofer.
Here's the this one's the Rayburn Red version.
Good Lord, that is the woofer, isn't it? Shake it. That's the woofer, subwoofer. Might be. I think it might be the woofer, bro.
But dude, people were lapping these things up faster than you could paint them.
They were out of their mind for it.
They were, and then I look back on them and I'm like, "You're such a dick."
How many do you think you sold?
A lot.
No way, dude.
Embarrassingly enough,
How long did the fad last?
longer than it should have.
Really?
Until Live Target showed up and squashed it.
Oh, because they could do it in the millions.
Mm-hmm.
Just kicked everybody's ass.
Yep.
Damn.
They did. They did.
Good while it lasted, though.
Yeah, it was a pain in the ass, though, dude.
Yeah, I mean, you weren't using a stencil for it, were you?
Yeah, I had to make them.
Oh, God.
What about that, Eric? Can you make that useful?
Did you paint a feather on that thing?
Yeah.
That's pretty tight. That's like I don't even know. Is that your red-winged blackbird?
I don't know. Some
Well,
shit.
why-
Some
It's
shit that dies in Manson's yard.
It's a white pigeon.
Woodpecker.
It's a woodpecker.
Yeah,
this is
all the. Did you ever see that one?
Dude, that's craziness. What is going on with that?
That's just a pencil I painted.
A pencil?
Yeah, I ran a contest. I was
Who could
early.
paint the best pencil?
No, it was a. I was early in the troll game. It was like, I'll give you $1,000 gift card if you can name what color I painted this bait.
Oh, that's awesome.
And everybody's like, blueback shad, Helsinki shad, like all this bullshit.
And you were just trolling them.
And then everybody's like, did I win? Did I win? No. What
There
color
ain't
did you
no
paint it?
color.
Number 2 pencil. Gotcha.
Were people pissed off or what?
No, I don't think so.
They just laughed, I hope.
Yeah.
What are you digging for, Eric?
I'm just doing a little organization.
Not possible.
No, it's not. I'm just basically moving things.
We're just moving shit at this point.
Yeah, just moving stuff.
Just
Basically.
looking at all my old tackle boxes.
Moving stuff around the room.
Eric, did you ever carry one of these?
You're damn right I did. But it had a bunch of random shit in it.
The latches were the best.
Yeah, they were good.
Yeah, man. That was one of my go-to boxes for a long time.
The smell
must
was
say.
really good.
Oh,
Some old crusty worms in there getting
You damn right. Marinating and melting together for
marinating
sure.
with melting the plastic.
You damn right, man. Joseph Corrier wants you to paint him up a couple of them birds, man.
Birds? I'm out of the bird game.
The white warning dove.
That was when I was that's when I was artistic.
That's when you were a real painter, dude.
Yeah, that's when I was a real painter, dude.
You're like not doing stuff for clients, you're doing stuff for you.
Mm-hmm.
When I was on the Elite Series, Flipping the Bird paid me $500 for the year to talk about their topwater bait that resembles a bird.
The frog that had all the skirt coming out the side?
Yep, Flipping
Did you
the
throw
Bird.
it?
I tried. I had one on Onondaga once. I caught one on Onondaga and maybe one down in Florida.
You caught one, as in one singular fish on it?
Correct. Yeah, 2. I think I caught 2 on it.
That's pretty crazy. Did you throw it all year?
Ultimate hype guy.
I tried, but I try to work for my sponsors.
Damn.
I'll be honest with you. I'll be honest with
frogs?
you. I was so stupid on the Elite Series. I would literally throw a lot of that shit that my sponsors gave me because I wanted to catch fish with their bait.
Right.
I was naive, dude.
And nobody else was doing it.
I'm just saying.
Would you go to events and shows and shit and be like, hey guys, you'll throw on the Flipping the Bird? And they're like, no. It's a good? And be like, yeah, dude. I've caught fucking 2 on it.
Yeah.
So
Like,
that
what?
was the
Like,
dirty that was the dirty little secret.
What?
Nobody was throwing their sponsor baits, and you were the only one throwing their sponsor baits.
Yeah. Manson's out there getting his ass handed to him because he's out there twitching the Flipping the Bird all day.
I'm not saying Power Team Lures didn't have a good selection of soft plastics, but if I was throwing the soft plastic, it was just their brand. That's what I used.
I will say that's admirable.
What was missing in their arsenal?
I didn't know. I didn't know any better.
But what do you think was missing in their arsenal? I'm intimately.
Well, I
familiar
like the
with their
finicky
arsenal.
tickler a lot because I was a finesse guy. So
Yeah.
That was always a good one for me. Their bully grass devil is definitely a good flipping bait.
What about the jig rig dude?
So I understand a lot of people love it. I definitely caught fish on it. I remember a sight fishing event down in Florida, and I think the second year on the Elites, and I had a good day one for sure, and I caught most of mine fishing that Texas rig jig on beds, but that was about it. Those three with they made that diesel craw.
Yeah,
I couldn't catch them on that too well.
Okay,
but yeah,
if you could go back, what would you be throwing during your 2 years of the Elite that you throw today with confidence? How would you have fished? And you don't have live scope.
I would have such a different perspective now.
But what baits, how would you attack it?
I would do the same thing I'm doing now.
Okay.
I just would
Ned and drop shotting primarily.
Yeah, I'm trying to see.
Did you have people blowing smoke up their ass left and right?
I don't know.
You mean like subterfuge, like he's the rookie, so we're going to blow? Or are you talking about like people fanboying?
No, just like...
No, nobody really.
I feel like I kind of like once I fished a few. I guess it's probably different at that level. Maybe not though. But once I got out of like local bullshit tournaments and you start getting into like where people are coming from other regions, you realize how full of shit people are. Because you just meet people and they're like, oh yeah, we're out there catching 8-pounders. And it's like, no, you're not, dude.
Right.
And then the tournament comes up and they've got 2 14-inchers. And it's like,
that's funny.
What happened to the, 15 4-pounders you caught over the last 4 days?
All right.
Oh, they just didn't bite.
Sore mouthed them all?
Yeah. Or did you not even catch them?
Right. Wow. So Travis, what would you what do you feel like you were missing in your arsenal, or how you approached it? Like you said, one thing was stayed so loyal to your sponsors.
Yeah, I would definitely not.
I mean, would you have thrown a beaver instead of the Texas rig jig, or?
Sure.
Okay.
Yeah,
like
I'm trying to find the video.
Senko instead of the trick stick.
Right. I don't know why it doesn't come up. I made an awesome video for these people.
Was anybody throwing the Ned rig back then that would admit it?
Larry Nixon?
I don't know.
He definitely was. And that's from the horse's mouth, because I fished with him. And I brought a Ned. And he's like, what? And I was throwing that same little Japanese Ned head, TK, that I told you about. He had a Super Spook Junior on, a buzzbait, and a Ned. Those are 3 things we both came with. And I might have one more thing.
I know people love the Spook Junior. I'm not a fan of that one.
I love it.
Don't like it.
Done me right. It's a lot of bites. And that one color.
The blue one. Why does everybody throw that shit, dude? It's like
it's got the holographic insert, man. It just gets bit. I don't know what it is, bro. It just gets bit, they crack it.
Yeah, if you're throwing a Spook Junior, that's the one.
I would say. I mean, I don't bother with any other color.
Is that how you know somebody's legit, when you look in their box and then it's like,
when I show up and the general's got that same color on and I caught him the day
he was throwing it too?
You're goddamn right.
God.
Oh man, like that was it. Our buzzbaits were different. The spooks were exactly the same. And our Neds, and he had the Ned, the Z-Man, of course. And he had the one with the chartreuse belly. What is it? Copper truce. And I think I was throwing green pumpkin or something.
So you show up to go fishing with him with no knowledge of what he's throwing, and you both pull out the same spook.
Oh, for sure. It's on the deck in his boat, and I have the rod with me.
And it's already tied on.
Oh yeah, it's post spawn, so I know top water. I was
Did
gonna go
did,
top
did he
water, brother
comment
bait.
that you had the bait on?
He flipped out when I had the same fucking head from Japan.
I'm talking about the spook.
Oh, for sure.
I bet he was really wigging out because he's like, you got the spook, the color, you got the Ned rig.
Uh-huh.
Were you peeking in my window last night?
Uh-huh. Oh yeah,
He was
right.
probably thinking you were like peeking in his house, like watching him rig up.
I met him at dinner. I did not sit down with him. I just said hello to him because I saw his boat. He had no rods on the deck. Everything was put away. And I went in and said hi to him. And he's like, I'm really looking forward to it. I didn't want to interrupt him. I just said, Larry, I'm Eric. And we're fishing tomorrow, for half a day. And when I started talking about the net, I said, I've never met anybody that throws it. I've read about it. And he goes, man, I had that thing to myself. And then slowly but surely, those co-anglers would start showing up, and it really made me cringe. And I'm like, I know. Well, you got to remember, I was drop shot in 1996. I was throwing a Ned because I read about that in Fisherman article. And I mean, I told Travis about it. I told Jimmy Steiner about it. Jimmy Steiner made the first cast on the Upper Bay, cut a trick stick in half because he was a power team lure guy, and caught a fish on the first cast. And he goes, that was easy. Then we caught like 2 or 3 more. It's crazy how good it is, and how good it was before people started throwing it. He said it saved his ass in so many tournaments. It's crazy. That's Larry Nixon.
I'm gonna slap this on the general's boat when he's coming through town. Didn't he fish in the Elite Series this year?
He is. He came back.
That'll be exciting.
Yep.
That will be exciting.
I think it's, I heard his interview and he talked about, was it a Zona interview?
Probably. Or Mercer.
That's what I meant. Mercer. He's a nice guy, man. I really enjoy it. Sorry I'm eating these chips, man. I'm just starving. I'm about to pass out.
That's fine. We got to wrap this up anyways, guys. This is going later than we expected.
Yep.
It's 12:16 a.m. on the East Coast.
That's right. Thank you, guys. Thank
Always
you,
a
TK.
pleasure. Thank you for having me.
You got it, man. Thank you, Travis, for
It was
posting up in Wisco. Can't wait to see the Shark Week next week.
Big plans.
That'll
You
be
got a cast net?
I do. I'm not sure how to. I have to watch a few more videos.
It's tough.
Do it on the plane ride down there.
Just don't lose a tooth.
Nah.
I know it's going to be. Listen, I think a dozen pilchards or however you say it. Pilchards are $20 a dozen.
Ooh. From
the bait store. So I'm hoping, I can find some bait and then properly throw my cast net to them. So last time I was in Florida was probably 7 years ago, and it took me 3 or 4 days down there to even get the cast net where I wasn't messing it up every time.
To open a little bit.
Yes. So I know I'm going to struggle with it. I'm hoping the place we're staying's on one of those canals. I'm hoping I can get some right off the dock. I'm hoping the neighbors aren't watching. There's a lot of hoping going on for next week. But
you sound hopeful.
Yeah, I'm hoping I can find some bait and cast to them. So
just go at night.
But so where? Oh, so they can't see you. Listen, so I know there's good videos out there. I know it's a complicated a few steps. I know once you get it, it's easy.
Mm-hmm.
Do you know how to throw a cast net?
No, I've never stuck with it long enough to get good at it. Like I could get one to kind of half-ass open, but
sure,
yeah,
they make it look easy. It's just getting the rotation.
It's kind of like the same with me and like the machine gun feed call on a duck call. Like I got like a couple tick tick tick, and then like my tongue would just stick, and I was like, "Fuck this! I'll just rip hail calls."
So, this boat I'm renting has a pretty big bait well in it, and I asked the guy when I was renting it, and I guess I shouldn't have started talking because he didn't like where I was going with this. So I go, well, how do you charge the batteries? Let's say I want to charge the batteries. He's like, well, the motor will charge your batteries. I'm thinking, okay, we got live wells and bilge pumps and graphs. So I don't plug the boat in that night? He's like, no. I go, okay. So then I'm like, well, what if I get a bunch of bait and I need to keep them alive? I'm going to keep that live well running all night. He's like, oh, no, you're not. You know how many boats sink because something gets stuck in the live well and the boat overflows? I'm like, would you do that to your boat? I go, yeah. I don't know. Yeah, bud, I would. I'd hope my spare bilge pump kick in if it came down to that point. So, I mean, I'm going to run the boat all night. Don't get me wrong, but
yeah, if that happened to bass boats, people would be sinking during the day of fishing. Like it's never
exactly.
like that's fucking stupid.
Like I didn't understand that theory of his.
No, it's not like you're flying back home and then coming back to check on your bait like next week.
Right.
Yeah.
Flying back up to check on your bait.
I mean, I'm in the house right next to the dock here. I'll be fishing most of the evening and
wonder how my pilchards are doing.
Yeah, I'll check on them.
I'll check on my pilchards.
Fuck, dude.
Set up a.
So how do you keep that battery from not dying if I'm going to do that?
No.
Yeah. There's got to be a way to charge that thing in the boat. There's got to be a plug-in, a charging system.
Dude, like as dumb as it sounds, some of those like I feel like the salt world is like behind in shit like that compared to like
they are. Yeah.
in the fresh world.
Mm-hmm.
But unless you get on one of those like mega yachts and then they got all that sonar and shit.
Mm-hmm.
But
we'll find out.
Yeah. Hopefully the boat stays afloat.
Yeah, hopefully.
Oh, jeez.
I brought one of my aerators I can use for ice fishing to keep your bait live. That should work.
Is it round? You have a round live well? A lot of those like saltwater pogies and shit, they need a round something to swim around because if you put an aerator in like a square ice chest, they'll die.
Interesting.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I don't know enough about it.
It's got to circulate, right?
Well, they just have to swim in a circle.
That's what I thought. That's why those bait wells are round, right?
Mm-hmm.
And doesn't the current kind of help them? Like, are they circulating it that way? Is that what they're doing?
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know what a square like if you put them in like a cooler or something happens where they can't circulate, right?
I wonder why they have to swim in a circle just to get the oxygen through their. That's strange.
Something.
Well, I don't know what fish it is. It's the one that
clockwise though, right? Or
was there Bally?
I don't
know if it's ballyhoo or vallyhoo or whatever, but they got those beaks, and you're supposed to break that off if you want to try to keep them alive. It'll help them actually stay alive longer if you break their beaks.
To fish with?
Sounds like a. Can you imagine those ballyhoo? It's like, man, what the fuck? Some dude just took me out of the water and broke my fucking beak off. Hey, I know. I feel pretty good.
And then they're in the well and they watch you throw the cast net and they're like, God, this fucking guy just broke my beak.
And then it's like, what's that feeling in my belly? I'm hooked.
We're gonna give it my all.
really good bait for like pompano and sheep's head and shit that I could never make myself use is hermit crabs.
Just felt bad about it.
Is there? Have you ever seen one?
Yes.
They're fucking terrifying.
With a big giant claw.
Yeah, so but they're like
you're like
fuzzy. They got all those little fuzzy arms, and they're like
you're like a smallmouth. You don't want to fuck with that hermit crab because of them claws, and you're a grown man.
But they're just like a booger with all these creepy little arms hanging off of them.
And the claws are like that.
Yeah,
I mean the legs,
dude. Yeah,
crazy.
I could never crack one open. I couldn't even imagine putting one of those on a hook, dude.
Oh, dude.
Manson do that.
Looks like mega.
Now I'm gonna go to the fish store and get some frozen sardines and shrimp and
like right now.
No, when I get done.
Oh, I thought you turn your light off and said I'm going to the fish store and I'm gonna get some frozen sardines. No. Frozen lampreys.
Well, if times get tough, you can crack open some hermit crabs and catch them.
Right. You ought to do that, and if he bit you, that would be crazy.
Dude, that'd be. Ugh.
You can see if you could take
I saw
the
that.
pain.
that like horror. I got some like year-end review email from YouTube, and it said horror was trending, so that might work good for you.
Ooh,
Get you back on the good side of the tube.
fishing horror.
Yes.
I got to get a license too, and I have to get regulations. I don't know what the size limit on these things
I
are.
wouldn't worry about that. Just
I know.
they'll take your boat and all your gear, and it's not yours, so don't even sweat it.
True.
They don't fuck around in Florida.
No.
They take your shit. That's what
Yeah.
I've heard when I've been down here. You better get a license. They'll take all your rods and you'll confiscate your truck. Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
They might. They might.
Well, this was a mega stream, dude. We hadn't stayed on this long.
No.
Probably since the last time TK was on.
Yeah.
I agree.
We covered a lot of ground. Movies, some reset, more movies, more reset.
The magical unicorn manatee.
I don't know where those thoughts come from. I'd like to spear one. You probably hit them first try. They don't move too fast. Gentle giants that they are.
Yeah.
That's all right. You said
Manson, I think you're missing out on some prime merch drops in small quantities of like a little bit of smallmouth crush art influenced by the streams where it's you on top of a manatee with a big spear.
No doubt.
And like, yeah, I mean, I would.
Yeah, I would definitely look into that. I got burned on
I would look into that.
I overbought some clothes last year.
What?
A lot.
Oh,
Yeah.
I think it sounds like it's going to be a
I
sale.
probably got $4,000 in inventory still. Sitting.
Really?
Mm-hmm.
Wow.
Yeah.
That's heavy. Well, I think you planned on going to shows and you didn't.
I did. Yep.
Yeah, and I mean that's pretty much where you sold. I mean, we did pretty good when we were at shows. The ones I remember going to, we sold a lot.
Oh,
man.
sure.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, that bro, do you even know how to flog hoodie?
Yeah.
I mean, there's only a handful of guys that get that joke, not the number of hoodies I bought.
But what's interesting is when you're making it, I thought that was going to blow out. So when you're making it, you're all excited and it's like, oh, this is a great idea. And all of a sudden the reality sets in that I guess it's so weird, man.
People bought it, but not enough.
Yeah. I mean, I just thought it would be like, I thought it was going to go.
So
I don't know.
There's not enough floggers out there.
I thought everybody flogged.
No.
That smallmouth fished.
I guess not.
So the answer is no.
Sounds like it.
It was a flop.
Do you flog, bro? No.
No, I don't.
No, I don't. I'll donate.
Boy, no, I don't.
I'll donate them all to the local Goodwill before I leave, and the whole greater Philadelphia area will be wearing.
That's what I was thinking. That's what I was telling Amy.
And then once you get up there, it'll be like, do you have any more of them Brody flog shirts because you're now local at it like a show? No, I gave them all to Goodwill. What the hell? So, what are you saying, TK?
Oh, I've got a flop design over there that nobody got, and
which one was it?
It was the Nike F Flight F.
Oh yeah, the F shirt. Show it.
That one.
Yeah, with fishing.
Yeah, I took flight off and added fishing to it because as a kid, that was my favorite Nike logo. Was that F from that they put on the flight, whatever.
See, is that it? Do you have to be into that shoe to get that? Because
I wouldn't think so. I see. To me, Nike was a big enough brand that I would have thought that it like crept into everywhere.
Right.
But I was into basketball at the time.
I
was like in the Jordan era, and I played basketball. But like Nike was so huge at that time, I thought everybody knew what it was.
Everybody knew what that was.
Come to find out, nobody fucking knows what it is.
No.
So even after I explained what it was,
people were like,
people were still like, nah.
I don't think so, TK.
But
So should you should you do pre-orders
I
when
mean,
it comes to apparel? Is that what we've learned? I'm just trying to figure it out.
maybe. I mean, it's not a terrible idea.
But I mean, you've got such a strong. I mean, honestly, you and Travis have such a strong following. TK got 15,000 people, and then Travis, you got, I don't know what you got on Instagram, but you're up there too. And then of course your YouTube, and I mean, if whoever's left, 126. I'm really curious to know if Travis or TK did a pre-order. Would you would that be the way that they go? Okay, good. Like, you know, it's 50 people want the
All
photo
right.
you even flogged.
I'm
just making this up.
Yeah, a t-shirt with me on top of a manatee with a spear. I'd probably only sell about 20 shirts, maybe.
So not worthwhile.
Who's good for one here? Sean.
Yeah, the usuals.
See. Yeah.
I got you.
The usuals. But like,
Judd, MJ, South Jersey Fisherman.
Right.
Everyone who's still with us right now.
Right.
Cod fishing. He'd love to have one.
I mean, it costs $180.
Yeah, he ain't getting one, no.
Well, I mean, I spent the money to get him a shirt, and I know he appreciated it.
Yes. All right, guys. Yeah, thanks for hanging out with us.
Man, thank you guys. Yeah, thanks TK. Thanks Travis from Wisco.
Always
thanks for showing those pictures, man, of the young Travis Manson. You went way back. What was that was like an 8-year-old picture, I guess, the last one we saw.
Nah, it's probably 12.
Do you even aqua?
Oh, that other one. Yeah, maybe.
Yeah, that's the one. What'd you say? Do you even aqua view, bro?
That's what Andy B said.
That's fine. Well, lots of laugh tonight, man. We covered some ground. Appreciate
Kent's
it.
out. Kent doesn't want a shirt.
No, he's out.
Yeah. He's out.
Somebody wants a smallmouth crush hoodie.
Apparel's an odd thing.
It is truly.
Rob, we got plenty on my website right now. It's free shipping. So here's the deal. No, well, free shipping, but you won't get it for a while because I won't be home for a while.
That's a hell of a sales job right there.
I know.
I was just about to push by.
It's like my wife was selling a bunch of old baby stuff on Facebook Marketplace, and she put a bunch of shit up 2 days ago.
Did it work?
Well, we're going to Florida for one.
Oh gosh, that's not good.
Coordinating is a little
timing.
tough.
Yeah, not good timing.
Mm-hmm.
Say no more.
Yeah,
it's a hassle selling shit used. All right.
All right, we gotta go.
We gotta go. We gotta go.
All right, TK, thank you, everybody.
Thanks TK.
Next week, Monday, we'll be here live, and then as always, until next time, we'll see you guys on the water. Thanks for hanging out with us. No epic end to this time.